is seats enough for everyone. There's a seat here if someone needs one. There's a space here, and maybe a couple of chairs over here if someone needs a seat. There's some chairs in the back too, so.
I think everybody has chairs that's gonna need chairs.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started then. Can everyone hear me online? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Very good.
I can hear you, but I can also hear everyone close to the speakers.
Emma, we're recording, right? Yes. Okay. So welcome to the April 4th, 2025 Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting. Excited to have everyone together in person again. This is, I don't know, we don't have too many in-person meetings, so it's exciting to have people together again and be able to have conversations and kind of reimagine what our next 12 to 24 months are going to look like. Before we get started, though, I want to do a roll call so that we have a record of who's here. So I'll start, and then we'll go to my left. John Messner, Chair of the Consortium.
Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport, Counsel to the Consortium.
Irene Andrews, Environmental Justice League. Chloe Danforth, Nonprofit League.
Barbara Vasquez, Environmental and Community Support.
Tessa Sorensen, she, her pronouns, governing body member.
Brandy Honeycutt, governing body member, CDPAG.
Amber Michael, representative. Tanya Woolley, federal agency, BLM.
Nicolina Pollock, industry, San Juan Basin.
Mark Hefta, industry.
Kevin Chan, representing community.
Trisha Pfeiffer, EPA, representing State.
Mike Freeman, representing Conservation EGO.
Doug White, NGL, water, I believe industry expert.
Produced water. Produced water.
I go to a lot of different states. So it's different in every state.
Zahi Kat, Colorado School of Mines, representing academia.
James Rosamond, Colorado School of Mines, representing
Greg Duranto, Energy and Carbon Management Commission, not a member of the consortium, representing Energy and Carbon Management Commission.
Thank you, Greg. Hope Dalton, Director of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium.
Jennifer Engel, I'm the DNR. Emma Schmidt, Homes Assistant.
Eric England, Occidental Petroleum, representing the experience and expertise.
Great. Then online, how about Rick?
Rick McCurdy, Select Water Solutions, representing one of the seats for experience and expertise in produced water.
Clay?
Clay Terry, representing a seat with expertise in managing and working with produced water.
Doug?
Good morning. Doug Overton, Rio Blanco County Commissioner, representing the counties.
Oh, just moved my panelist so I can't see. Jeff?
Yeah, good morning. Jeff Kirtland, representing the Piceance Basin operators.
Jolie?
Thank you. Good morning. Jolie Brunner with the Alliance for Collective Action, Environmental Justice seat.
And John?
Good morning, everyone. John Heil here with the ECMC, representing one of the government body seats. Thanks.
And Katie?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Katie Keefe, Environmental Programs Manager for Adams County, and I am sitting in for Commissioner Emma Pinter.
And then Aaron Sedlaco?
Hey, morning, Chair Commissioner and everyone there. It's Erin Sedlaco, Assistant Director for Research of Colorado Produced Water Consortium.
And Aaron Ray. Oh, sorry. Yes.
I think he's in the room. No?
He stepped out.
I think we actually, we've got what we need, and we have a quorum, and so thank you everyone for showing up. Having a quorum actually is important for the work that we're doing, because we can't make any decisions without a quorum, and so, and thank goodness it didn't snow, the 6 to 12 inches that maybe it was gonna snow, and so we were all able to make it here. We may not be able to make it home, so hopefully there's room in the research lab.
And it's job security for us.
But yeah, thanks for coming. I think we've got a pretty good agenda here today. We are going to start with, hearing a little bit about the lab here. Greg Geronimo is going to provide us an update, a more in-depth update on produced water rulemaking that ECMC undertook. I gave a brief update at the last meeting, but Greg's going to go into great detail about it. To answer all the questions that you have about that.
Pressure's on.
Hope's going to provide some information on the survey that went out that kind of provides an overview on areas that we want to be thinking about as we engage in thinking about what we might be doing over the next 18 months. We're also going to review the work that we've done over the last year and a half, the work that we have completed, the work that we have not started yet, or that is in progress, that we have not completed yet, and then some work that is already in our strategic plan that we haven't started yet, or maybe new, that ties into our original strategic plan that we need to make sure that we're still considering. We need to think about other things that we might be working on moving forward. We've got some folks that are going to share some ideas on new things that we might be working on, or we might be thinking about to include into our strategic plan over the next 24 months. And then we'll actually get into the meat of the strategic planning. And I want to kind of preface it by saying we're not going to redo the strategic plan. That's not the goal of this. This is an update of the strategic plan. We spent a lot of time a year and a half ago creating that strategic plan and diving deep into that. And so we'll do that again, but I don't see us doing that again for another year or 18 months where we bring in Marv and facilitate a conversation about what a new strategic plan might look like. We'll have a couple of 2 or 3 years under our belt as far as the work that we're doing, and I think that's a good time to kind of really dive into it again. This is really just a review of strategic priorities that we developed and the steps that we've taken, and making sure that what we developed, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now, still is what we want to be working on over the next 18 months, or do we need to reprioritize stuff a little bit? And then it's also an opportunity to add in any new stuff, keeping in mind that there is capacity issues within any organization, and so we just have to be aware of the capacity of the organization as we develop hopefully realistic timelines for accomplishing anything that we put in as strategic priorities in the strategic plan, so that we don't get ourselves in the situation that we did over the last year and a half, where we had just a ginormous amount of work to accomplish in a very short amount of time. And I'm actually pretty impressed that we still have employees after that. So I really appreciate Hope's work on that, and Aaron's work, and everyone that worked on the reports and the deliverables that we accomplished over the last year and a half. But so that's just a preamble to say I don't want to dive into restructuring the entire strategic plan, but rather reprioritize, rethink about it, and add in new parts as appropriate as we move forward. So, there's still a lot of work for us to do, and there's a lot of eyes that have started to look our way as a resource on this topic and many other topics. I think Greg will talk about a little bit of some of the results of the Colorado or the ECMC rulemaking around produced water, and their hopes that this entity, the consortium, can work on some more stuff and provide additional recommendations, because they were really happy with the quality of the product that was, the recommendations that were provided to them that were the rulemaking. That says a lot about the work of the people in this room. We've got other agencies that are starting to look our way for recommendations and suggestions on how to do things and things that we might want to be working on. And so I'm very proud of the work of this group and what we've accomplished. And I think there's still a lot to be accomplished to both move forward with the mission of the consortium, which is to reduce freshwater oil and gas development and increase the amount of reuse and recycling of produced water, throughout the state. And looking at all the aspects and elements of that as we continue to see operations increasing the amount of reuse and recycling over the next number of years. So with that, that's my initial thoughts here. Lots of conversations to be had today, and I'll kick it off to Hope.
Thank you, Chair. I do have quite a few announcements, but I'm going to hand it to Emma for some logistical issues.
Just real quick, the microphone and camera are right there. So for those in the back, it picks you up really well, and it picks us up kind of less. So if you're talking in the back, just by the way, it's picking you up more than us in the front. Also, if you guys, you'll notice kind of some of you are not on camera. So if everyone could make sure to please say their name when they are speaking, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Hope Dalton. So let's see. I'm going to be traveling to Rifle in a couple weeks to provide a presentation at the Energy Symposium. For the record, I think many of you will be at that Energy Symposium. I look forward to seeing you there. The week of April 21st, I've been invited to speak at Harvest of All First Nations in Boulder. They are going to have a Get to Know Produced Water event. I'll share that when more of the event's details are available. In your packet, I think, should be the annual update. It was submitted on April 1st. So congratulations. This was our second annual update. At the last meeting, we mentioned the Raton Basin study. I checked in with Rick Allison at the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, and Rick said the final study should be published June 30th. Okay, now we are planning an in-person meeting for June 6th. So put June 6th on your calendar, and it's going to be in the Western Slope. I believe it's going to be in Glenwood Springs, but we don't have a place right now. I do have some help. I want to recognize Sienna Madursky at ECMC has offered to help with the arrangements, and we're looking at getting a block of hotel rooms. Now, to put pressure on you, if you know that you're going to be here for June 6th and need a hotel room, if you could raise your hand. I'm going to do it the other way. If you know that you're not going, okay.
What if we're going virtually?
If you're not needing a hotel room, no hotel room, I have 4 people. Okay, thank you. And online, did we have anyone say they're not going to need a hotel room? Okay, you can chat it in or send me a note. We're going to get those quotes further. And then last, we have some sad and happy news. Today is Emma's last in-person meeting. I might break down in tears. She is graduating in May, so a round of applause. And she's going to be off doing great things. And Emma, I wanted to thank you for being a fabulous assistant. I sincerely enjoyed working with you, and I'm going to miss you very much at our meetings. And I truly leaned on you to make things run smoothly, and you did it with such grace and a smile. So thank you. And back to you, Chair.
Great. So we are here at the Water Technology Hub at the Colorado School of Mines as the guests of Dr. Kath and David Rosenblum. Thank you for having us here today, and I want to give you guys an opportunity to give some welcome remarks and whatever you'd like to say to the consortium now. We will have an opportunity to have a tour of the lab and the facility. I think around lunchtime. We have it at the end, but I think we're going to squeeze it in around lunchtime. So, anyway,
cool. How many people have been here before? Almost everybody. Okay, so the quick history of this place. This is a testing lab, large scale testing lab for water treatment development technologies. It was established many years ago by High Sierra, midstream oil and gas company that later on became NGL. NGL tested here a lot of technologies for water treatment, for produced water treatment. And at a certain point, they ran out of steam to do research, and they closed the facility. And James and I at the time were collaborating on a National Science Foundation project on produced water, and we heard that they are looking for somebody to take over, and we decided to take over. So with the help of NGL, the School of Mines, the Walton Family Foundation, we got some grant, and we started doing research that we cannot do on campus. So those of you who haven't seen, and again, there's all the time new things happening here in the back. We'll show you later the type of research and the scale of research that we are doing here. So we have in the back here all the people, some of the people that are doing research here, both on the analytical side, on the research, on the technology side, and it's still exciting area to do research because produced water is a tough water to treat, and what we tell students is that if you can treat produced water, you can treat almost anything. So it's a good challenge for anything that they'll do in the future. So welcome. Thank you. Anything else to add?
No, not much. Just that, it's about 10,000 square feet here, the space. Doug, as he mentioned earlier, he said to me earlier, he actually found this space. The original lease, I don't know what long time ago. But the walls are still the same.
So you can blame him for the color.
I picked the paint color, but I didn't have much to spend back then.
And then a couple items, the restrooms, it won't be easy to get to, but you come around here, there's a women's restroom first, and after that is a men's. We've left the student office in the back if anybody needs to take a call or hop online. You can sit back there and do what you need to do. There's a bunch of desks. And then there's also a kitchen if somebody's in that room as well. You can just go into the kitchen as well. And then just, that's kind of basic logistics. And then when we do the tour, just kind of watch where you step. There are a lot of trip hazards. And then there is an analytical lab behind here. If anybody on this wall hears a humming, that's a GCMS that's running. And then other than that, thanks everybody for making the trip out. I'm excited to have you all here. It seems like we want to do this some time ago, so it's finally here. So cool. It's tight. So thank you for bearing with us. And then please, when we do the tours, ask a lot of questions. A lot of cool things to show you.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and we all fit, so that's good. Did you have a question?
Yep.
Oh, okay. With that, do we have public comment today?
Actually, can we just repeat this?
Oh, up here.
Try not to connect to the mines because it will kick you out very frequently. So use the Comcast with
CBCIAD 3-5. And the code is for password Arctic 2157.
Thank you.
We didn't make any of those.
Yeah. There wasn't Wi-Fi.
This is Hope Belton, Director. We did receive written public comment. You should have all received that by email. It's also in your package. It is from Deborah Deal Blackwell. We didn't have anyone sign up for oral public comment.
All right, with that, no public comment, except for written public comment. Everyone's received a written public comment, and so I will then hand it over to Deputy Director Ray Rondo from the CMC to give us a little more in-depth update on the produced water rulemaking.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Chair Messner. I'm Greg Duranlo. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations at ECMC, formerly the Environmental Manager. Have been engaged in the work that you're doing since the legislative development of House Bill 23-1242. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here today and talk with you all. I think Chair Messner probably oversold what I'm going to say on the produced water rules. So, I just want to kind of level set. I also want to say it's great to be back in this neighborhood. I graduated from college. My first job was in that building over there as an environmental consultant. So Staff Brothers for lunch is good stuff. I think the hot dogs that they put on that rolling thing back in 1996 are still there. So
Same hot dogs.
Same hot dogs. So we could go to the next slide. And I'll kind of, I believe this is what I'm gonna talk about. So I know most of you know about the ECMC and what we do, but I think I'm gonna start with a little bit of background about ECMC and so that we can talk about where the produced water rules fit in, go through a little bit of our regulatory oversight processes, and then I'll dive into mostly focusing on what ECMC is thinking in terms of how we are going to implement these rules. Regulating produced water recycling. Recycling produced water is not new. Regulating produced water recycling is very new. And so what the foundation that you all laid with the work that you've done so far, and then the recommendations that you made that were input into that rulemaking process, it's all cutting edge, it's all nation leading, and we are ECMC, we are incredibly grateful for what you guys have done and are looking forward to continuing to do. So, thank you all for your volunteerism, for your expertise, for what you are bringing to this group and making happen out of this group. It's super impressive. So next slide, I can't start a presentation without talking about ECMC's mission. Our mission is to, regulate not only oil and gas, but geothermal resources, underground natural gas storage, in a manner that protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources. And we really strive to bring that into our everyday work at staff level and our decision-making at the policy level. And so our kind of, what we do, we, from the legislative process, we take and establish the rules that govern the industries that we regulate. We permit those activities in a manner that is protective. And our commissioners, Messner, wrestles with those decisions on a weekly basis when those permit decisions come to him. How are we sure that this is a protected permit? We have inspection programs, enforcement programs to ensure compliance, to ensure that the permits, once issued, are being acted on appropriately. And, the other thing that we're really turning our attention to is engaging, the potentially impacted communities, knowing that, oil and gas is not without impact and it is not without influence into the community. And so how do we regulate that? How do we make those decisions best we can? If we can skip over that one. And I'm kind of going back and forth here, so I've got some notes, some things I want to say. Oil and gas, geothermal, carbon capture, underground natural gas storage, and we also consult on renewable energy. And this space, again, of produced water is so new in the regulatory front. Managing it as a waste is easy. EPA knows managing waste is never easy, but managing it as waste is straightforward. Managing it as a resource is a completely different focus. So it's a really exciting time. It's exciting change for us. And so this slide here shows sort of our regulatory philosophy, which is based on the mitigation hierarchy, which starts at the bottom with we try to avoid impacts wherever we can. And recognizing, again, oil and gas especially, there are impacts associated with that activity. Our next step is to minimize any impacts that can't be completely avoided. And then from that minimization, those residual impacts, we try to mitigate the impacts that are remaining so that the impacted resources, whether those are human resources or wildlife resources, environmental resources, are made whole in the process somehow. Go ahead, next slide. So now I'm going to get into, really talking about the rules and the implementation of our produced water rules. And so I guess first things first, there is a lot to unpack in that set of produced water rules. And I'm assuming that you all have spent time and have read those rules because I know that your interest in those rules is very high. And again, we started from a place of the statute, took that statutory language, addressed it as best we could, then brought in the recommendations from the consortium. And then as we went through that process, and you're all aware of this, and some of you were directly engaged in this process, stakeholders came together and said, we can do this better. We can make this a better set of regs. And Chair Messner, I mean, it's incredibly brave to then send those people out and say, come back with something that's going to work. And when it came back, we said, are we going to be able to do this? It's really complicated. And it is, but it is really better. Where we are right now is a really strong, comprehensive set of rules regulating produced water. So stay on that slide, please. I'll go through this timeline a little bit. So the first most important date is the effective date of the rules. So after the commission adopts the rules at hearing, the staff assembles everything, the statement of basis and purpose, finalizes everything, and sends it off to the Secretary of State's office. Once the Secretary of State publishes those rules, there's a 20-day waiting period until the rules can become effective. So we have sent those rules off to the Secretary of State, and then they will be published on April 10th, and they will be effective April 30th. So congratulations. We're going to have nation-leading produced water rules effective date April 30th, 2025. So that's super exciting.
Can we pause to just celebrate that? The first state to do this. I'm just so excited. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it is. It's awesome. And sometimes we forget because, our heads are down and our sleeves are rolled up and we're working really hard on it to forget, how impactful it really is. So let's see. So some key dates as we move forward. January 1st, 2026, all OGDPs submitted after that date will have to include their provisions for recycling produced water. Yeah, Barbara.
If I may, Barbara Vasquez, quick question. I thought the rules indicated that all permits, as well as OGDPs, would require that recycling.
You may be more precise than I am.
I think it's important
because
to answer the question because that covers a lot more activity on completion than just OGDPs and recompletions for that matter.
And if you will allow me to not answer that question right now, but look at that and look closely at how that is, how that's written. Certainly, all OGDPs that are submitted will have to include a plan starting January 1st, 2026 to recycle a minimum of 4% produced water. So that's in 4-year blocks, and those are the blocks that this body recommended, and those recycling targets are those that this body recommended. In April 2027, the way the rules are structured, there is an annual certification required to be submitted every April. And so that will start in 2027. They'll report on 2026, and they will report on a basin-wide basis how operators have met the targets for the produced water. There's other reporting as well, and I'll talk about that in a minute. In no later than June 30th, 2028, the commission must initiate another rulemaking, and that rulemaking will set those long-term targets, looking at 2034 and 2038. And so I've got those two dates in gray on the bottom of this slide.
Greg, if I could just jump in.
Yes, sir.
Clarification here. This is important. The rulemaking will focus on 2034 and 2038 dates, but the rule itself makes clear that absent that rulemaking, those dates will take effect. So they are happening.
Exactly.
It's not. Those of us who are engaged in this rule push really hard against just punting those dates. So they're in. They may be changed, but I think it's important to keep in mind that they're not speculative.
That's completely true, and I appreciate the clarification. Those are hard dates. They're in the rules. Those are hard minimum standards. They're in the rules. The rulemaking that occurs in 2028 will look at those. It won't look at the 2030 target of 10%, but it will look at those longer term and say, what are we going to do with those? And if that rulemaking doesn't happen, exactly, then those dates are set. That's the rule carrying forward. Any other questions or comments on that sort of timeline?
So yeah, one other question I had, and I think overall these rules came out in a pretty good place. One item of feedback I've heard from some folks who weren't is questions about the enforcement mechanism, because it is a kind of a remarkably complex thing where it's not done. The enforcement's measured operator basin-wide, not based on each OGDP, and then there's these annual certifications. Do you have a sense, from your perspective, I assume this will probably start happening after April 1st, 2027, when you'll get the staff will have a good sense of sort of, are there compliance issues? When are we going to get a sense of how good operators are at actually recycling the 4% or whatever the threshold would be, and how soon we'll get it? Because I think that'll be really relevant for what we do.
So I'll go ahead and go to the next slide because I think I will answer that question to some degree, and I'll add to what I was planning on saying because I think I can answer it in depth.
One other thing about the timeline, and I think everyone knows this, but separate from ECMC, the consortium also will be reviewing these targets on an annual basis and evaluating whether or not targets that we recommended are still good, whether we want to recommend any modifications or adjustments, or any other considerations that we may want to share with ECMC as we think about that. So that is an annual requirement per legislation for this consortium to review those targets. So just throw that in the timeline as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. this body will continue to feed into what ECMC is doing and how we're doing it. So, and that's a very specific way. So before I get into this discussion and answer that question, I just want to acknowledge that I did steal photos from your fantastic reports, my presentation. So you'll see some familiar photos there. Appreciate it. So I've broken this down into a couple of buckets. Sort of near-term, immediate work that needs to be done in order to implement these rules. And again, as you all have alluded to and recognized, they're complicated. There's a lot to unpack in there. So near-term, mid-term, and long-term. And so the immediate needs center around the reporting that's already being done. The Form 7 monthly report of operations, the Form 47 quarterly water report by location. Both of those forms were built to adhere to the statutory language and implement the rules in 2023, as the statute directed. With the rulemaking, we've introduced a new concept, the recycled produced water alternative, and that wasn't in the statute, so that's not accounted for in either of the forms that we're currently dealing with. So both of those forms will need to be updated to include that. Additionally, as you mentioned, the basin-wide reporting will not only be reported on the annual certification, but also on a quarterly basis. And so this is where we will start to see that quarterly data come in on a basin-wide basis by operator, and we will begin to look, are they on track for their targets? Is it looking like they're going to make it? And hang tight just for a moment. And then the other quarterly reporting component is the vehicle mileage reporting, vehicle mileage associated with transport of produced water, whether it's produced water, recycled produced water, fresh water, and produced water, recycled produced water alternative, whether those trucks are going to and from disposal to another site or empty going out to the site to pick up a load of water. So that's going to be a pretty complicated reporting mechanism. And again, on a quarterly basis. So it may get folded into the Form 47, or it may become its own form. We'll see about that. So I want to take Irene's question.
Irene Andrews, on the remodeling of Forms 47 and 7, can we please get sign up on that before they become official?
Oh, that's not our role.
It's not? No.
Yeah, I think that would be, we will stakeholder those changes with our group, our IT development group, to make sure that those are going to function. And then, we try and roll things out in a manner that we get input from the regulated community, from other stakeholders. But I think you're right. I don't think a sign off is necessary.
Maybe not a sign off, but a stakeholder engagement of, will these forms deliver the information that we're needing to make decisions?
And one thing I would ask there is, so that we can incorporate that into our form design, tell us exactly what you need from those. And if we can get input on what exactly you need reported out, then we can determine how we can make that happen on the front end.
A couple thoughts just on that. I can give you information to you later, or just right now, whatever.
Let's do it later,
Yeah.
because I think that the data piece ends up being something that a lot of people are considering as a strategic priority, and so that
But maybe not just one voice, but the opportunity for many of us to have that conversation, because that's a challenge to have that conversation with that. For consortium members.
And I guess I will talk a little bit later about like how we're kind of structuring ourselves to receive input from the consortium. But I think that it has to, Well, I don't know. It's up to you guys how you push things out. It's up to us how we receive things. But I will say that, I will touch on it a little bit, we're making a couple of changes to the way we're going to receive that input, especially from the consortium. We have 3 deputy directors. My position is over operations. We have a deputy director of policy, Lauren Mercer, who will be at the next consortium meeting. And so she will be the one to actually receive those sort of policy recommendations from the consortium. And then filter them into our teams for whether it's rulemaking or whether it needs to go to our forms development or our process design, stuff like that.
What was the person you said?
Lauren Mercer Gelman is her name. And she'll be introduced, I believe, at the next consortium.
Vehicle mileage reporting. What are the targets? Are there targets? What is the vehicle mileage reporting used for? I mean, this is rural now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are there targets? Are there limitations? What is that portion related to?
There are not targets and there are not limitations. I think where that is going to play a fairly significant role is in the concept of recycle more produced water without increasing emissions. A significant emission source of handling and managing produced water is vehicle mile emissions. So I think those on-road emissions are something that we'll be able to start looking at.
I'll if you don't mind, you might want to jump in on that with Tessa Sorensen, for those who can't see me on camera. That's the vehicle mileage reporting. Adding to that, and Greg, you can verify, please, is that it breaks those vehicle miles into the categories is the biggest thing. Is that it's how much is used to transport fresh water, how much is used to transport produced water for disposal, how much for recycling, and how much to reuse it. I think of the 4. Did I get that right? The 4.
I think those are the 4.
I think those are the 4.
And recycle produced water alternative.
That way, the data will be there for the purpose of the vehicle mileage, not just the mileage.
Thank you.
Okay, so question, Carmia Woolley, Gillen. So question on that. We are collecting data on vehicle mileage for the transport, but are we also collecting data on other means of transport, for instance, pipelines? Because some areas have infrastructure in place, others do not. It would be good to identify those areas and also recognize if that existing infrastructure or if it's being developed.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we would hope to see, for example, in the DJ Basin, where you all found that there is some infrastructure, but it's maybe not well connected throughout the basin. In all cases, if we were to track vehicle mileage associated with moving water over time, we would expect to see a decrease in mileage as infrastructure is, built up and, becomes more interconnected. So, no, the rules themselves don't include that provision of, why we're tracking that miles or what we're going to do with it.
Well, and I can help with
and it was also, that was a provision directed by the statute, and so ensuring that we are going to take that information in, report it out, and then that allows, the Produced Water Consortium to say, hey, we can look at this and where can we recommend an improvement?
I mean, that's what I was going to say. I mean, the why is that we were directed by statute to track the vehicle miles associated with this. So that's why it was part of the rulemaking. That's why it's part of the rules. I also think it's a really good data point. And so what we do with that data point, how it gets utilized, I think remains to be seen. I think it's a good data point for CPHD. I think it's a good data point for CMC. I think it's a good data point for the consortium as we look at, transportation of produced water and what that looks like in pipeline versus trucking versus other mechanisms. appreciate the data point. I don't know if we exactly know what we do with the data point.
I guess we should, we have a question online from.
Yeah, Jolie?
Thank you, Jolie Bronner, Environmental Justice seat. Are we going to get into talking about authority and kind of like teeth for enforcement in this presentation? Or can I ask questions about that now? Because we've kind of had some issues before with getting back reported numbers. And so I'd like to discuss what we're putting in place and who actually has the authority to enforce these things if we're not getting the data back that we need. Additionally, what penalties are in place if we're not hitting these goals or we're not getting this data that we need, that we're supposed to enforce and have to do our work. And then, of course, my last question too, on that same vein, is kind of, are there other emissions being reported here? We're talking a lot about truck emissions. What emissions are we rating and where do those fit on the forms? And what are the percentages of reporting on these forms? Like how many operators are actually turning these forms in right now? Like where's that gap?
So thank you for the question. There's a lot bundled up in that. And I didn't quite your question about enforcement. And so I'll try and pull those together. So
I appreciate, I just kept adding bullet points while you were talking. I apologize.
That's it's fully fine, and I will probably not hit all of them, so you're welcome to ask me again.
Excellent.
So first and foremost, the primary sort of means of tracking compliance is going to be through the initial forms that are going to be reported to us. They will be reporting their percentages used on an OGDP basis, on a location basis, and in that annual compliance report on the annual basis across the basin for whether or not they're meeting their targets. So the rules were set up in a manner that was intended to be non-punitive, but constructive. And so instead of our sort of standard model for enforcement at ECMC is, let's say it's a field issue. Our field inspectors go out, conduct an inspection, they find something that appears to be non-compliant. They issue the operator a field inspection report that either includes specific corrective actions, or it can even just include a comment. This didn't look right. Operators take a look at that field inspection report. Generally speaking, they get that field inspection report, and that's a work order to their field, to their crews, right? Like they go out and address the issues that are identified in the field inspection report. We follow that up. If they fail to comply and we go back out and inspect and find the same issues, we can go to what we call a notice of alleged violation, which is our staff alleging that they are in violation. Ultimately, the only people who can just decide or determine that an operator is in violation is our commissioner. They adjudicate our allegations of violation. That process takes a long time. It becomes at the end, there's either a kind of a settlement agreement or there is a order finding violation, and it comes with penalties. It comes with still corrective actions. The group I guess the consensus stakeholders, the stakeholders who went out and worked on that consensus draft, kind of felt like that process with its time frame, with its end result is just it's going to be a penalty. It's not going to move the needle on whether or not we're actually seeing improvements in recycling and reuse of produced water. And so again, instead of following the same sort of punitive enforcement program, the rules are set up to have a constructive enforcement program that basically says if you did not meet your targets this year, we will ratchet those tighter for next year. You will lose your ability to engage in the produced water credit trading system that I'll talk about in a minute. you'll lose those privileges. Your responsibility next year will be higher. And it never takes away our ability to engage in that traditional enforcement with, the enforcement mechanism of issuing the NOAB and having the commission adjudicate a violation and collecting a penalty for non-compliance. But it does start us at a look. You were supposed to be at 4% this year. You were at 3%. Next year you have to be at 5%. And so it changes what their compliance requirements are going forward. Is that going to be easy? No.
Nikki Wells. I have a question. So we're talking about field techs and other people that are going to be driving onto these sites. Are their mileage and emissions going to be tracked too?
So in our rule drafting process, we originally started with every pickup truck, everything that's associated with produced water. What we actually found was, it's incredibly rare for a pickup truck and a roustabout to go out onto a site for the sole purpose of managing water. They're doing other work while they're on site. And so, that became challenging. And then, in talking with our sister agencies, partners at CDPHE, where are the biggest impacts and effects that we can make? And we looked at the transport trucks, and it just simply came down to, that's where we want to see a difference over time, is that water transportation by truck. The more we can turn that to piping water, the better for air emissions, for community impacts, and for things like that. So we decided to really focus on sort of the biggest portion of that truck.
So I know we've got a ton of questions here. I don't think Greg's even halfway through his presentation. Right? We have 5 minutes left on the agenda for this. So I don't want to cut off questions, but I do want to let you finish. And maybe some of those questions get answered as he finishes his presentation. You're probably going to tell me you have 1 page left. But yeah, go ahead. Kyle wants to try it really quick.
Just in the interest of maybe answering some of your questions without having to throw the agenda off anymore. If you're not aware, there's a statement of basic purpose that was released by ECMC. I think it has answered a lot of the questions. It answers a lot of the questions that you've asked today. And so to the extent that we don't have time or Greg's presentation doesn't answer your questions, I encourage you to take a look at that statement of basic purpose. It can be found on ECMC's website, on the rulemaking page, in the page for rulemaking for the produced water rule.
Step on my foot if I'm wrong here, but I think you can also reach out to me because we're talking about ECMC business, and I'm happy to talk to you about the rulemaking.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
And the rules that we're promulgated too. So.
Can I make a quick comment on enforcement as an operator? Doug White, NGL. As an operator in multiple states, I can let everyone know that's a little bit concerned about enforcement. The state of Colorado and ECMC is the enforcer. They're very good at it. They have a very good process and they follow up. So things don't fall through the cracks in Colorado. So those that don't have the direct experience, you can rest assured that whatever is in place is happening and they're doing a great job of it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep going, and I will have time for questions. Well, maybe not. Your agenda's tight. I think I have covered the sort of near-term implementation. I think it's clear, right? This process isn't a light switch. We're going to be working on implementation, all through this year. There are tasks for this body to take on. And into the years in the future. There's a lot to this. So Emma, we could go to the next slide, please. And this is, excuse me, the, so this is sort of the mid-range, right? Oh, no, wait, I think we need to go back one, mid-range. So I mentioned that annual certification. It's a process we don't have. We're going to develop this from whole cloth. We will welcome input into that development process, what that annual certification needs to report to us and what we need to report out from that process. The recycled produced water credit system. There are carbon trading, carbon credit trading systems in place. There are some other credit trading systems in place out in the world. We don't have one yet. So, the development of this system, and we have some time on this, which is nice because in 2026, operators will be able to begin to create credits. In other words, if they're exceeding the minimum requirements of recycling, they can begin to create credits. But they can't sort of use those or trade those until 2027. So as long as we're capturing the amounts of credits that they're building, which I think we will be doing on a quarterly basis, we don't need to sort of have this system functional until right before 2027. So we have some time to build that out. It's going to be complicated. There are some models out there, but we're not sure if they'll work directly for what we're trying to do. So, so that's, a big chunk of work to implement. And then they are required, as I mentioned, they are required to identify that credits are created on their Form 47, their quarterly report. So they'll start doing that, identifying that in 2026, if they are able to do so. One provision that I did want to mention is in that first year of the 4-year compliance period, the first year they have it's a little bit of a ramp up. They have a reduced compliance goal. So instead of 4%, it's 2%, but they can only claim credits if they are over the 4%. So the 2% is just a ramp up, but they can't, like if they're at 3%, they can't claim that percentage overage, as a credit. And then again, in 2027, they would be able to start trading credits if one operator in the basin needs additional produced water, can't meet their requirements. Thank you so much. She did not want to hear that anymore. Thank you. And so they'll be able to start transferring or trading credits on using a Form 48. Guess what? We don't have a Form 48. So again, things that we need to figure out for our implementation. And then last, long-term, again, is that 2028 rulemaking. As you mentioned, Mike, the minimum standards for recycling are set. This allows the commission to come back and say, based on information we've received, we need to move things here or there. We also have sort of two things that are outstanding, if you will. The current rules include a prohibition of new recycled produced water facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. And that's the statute, again, told us that we have to do that. There was a lot of stakeholder concern about, is that the right way to approach? Is that the right way to achieve the goal that is desired from that prohibition? And so there are—
I'm sorry, can you say that first part again?
This, starting with the statute.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I won't be able to say this. The statute required that we adopt a prohibition of new centralized recycling, produced water recycling facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. There was a lot of talk among the stakeholders that that may not be the best way to achieve the goals of what that was trying to achieve, just a blanket prohibition. And so, and including the goal of recycling and reusing produced water. And so the commission told us to continue to look into that issue and determine how that should be best achieved. The goals of that should be best achieved. And so that may require feedback to the legislature saying, hey, we should turn some dials on this. The other thing is air emissions. Again, the statute said increase recycling of produced water without increasing air emissions. And that provision, how do we do that? How do we quantify air emissions? Or how do we quantify the delta of air emissions? We didn't solve that riddle in the rulemaking. And so that's one of these outstanding items. Commissioner Oath is leading that process, and she will be convening stakeholders to provide input into how we solve that problem in the long term.
And I'll throw just a heads up that the consortium was asked by ECMC to look at this barrier that we identified as part of our report on barriers associated with produced water around a blanket prohibition of centralized produced water treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. So they've asked the consortium to look at that and have conversations about that. And so I'll bring that up later on in the meeting, but that's something that we've been asked to look at.
Awesome. And just moving ahead, then my last slide is really just how we engage with you. First, I wanted to acknowledge that ECMC has in its cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking did and as directed by statute has recently hired 2 new community liaisons. These are folks that are charged with engaging communities during the permitting process. And one of the things that will come through that is the work of this body on produced water and the importance that plays, role that plays in our permitting process moving forward. They're going to have to, they're going to have engagement with this topic on a regular basis. And so Stephen Arauza is our community liaison on the West Slope, and Jessica Chavez is our community liaison out here on the Eastern Plains. And I'm hoping that we will get them into a future meeting to introduce and talk about how their engagement process is going to work. Again, that's a new system for us. We're building that up. And then last, I wanted to say, again, I wanted to introduce, who is not here, Lauren Mercer-Gelman, who will be she's our deputy director of policy. And so she will be, a direct interface with the consortium, and Arthur Kepsel, our environmental data group supervisor, will continue to be sort of the technical resource with his team. And again, continue to work with Hope to kind of funnel information and requests through her and into our team. And now on to questions, but I am over time. So
we can take like 5-10 minutes of questions if that's okay. And so we're 10-15. Okay.
Doug, your hand was the first one I saw. On the water credits market, what is the stakeholder process creating that market? Is that a state market? Is that an external market?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
It says you're going to create a produced water credits market. Where does that lie? The state manages that. It's just a third-party open access market, only related to producers.
I'm not
sure. Jump into additional ones.
I think market may have a connotation that isn't exactly intended. It's the only people that can create credits or registered operators. And so operators will have the ability to create credits that they can hold for themselves or transfer to other operators. But it is not going to be a market in the sense that anybody can come in and start buying and produce water credits or alternatives, holding them, selling them to operators.
And then what's the stakeholder process of creation?
But the only thing that really needs to be created, I think, is how is ECMC going to track the credits on it that operators own and transfer. It's not going to be a market in the sense that somebody's going to have the ability to go in and purchase things.
No, again, like, these are challenges that we're gonna face. I'm receiving some input here that's super helpful for me. So
who's the lead on that within ECMC?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question.
So I'm not sure that I can answer that yet either, right? Because we haven't built that team yet. And Harmony's hand was up, Mike, before yours, so.
I just want to respond to that because there's this rhetoric going around that it's not a market, but there's no operator who's going to give these things away for free. And what I am hearing is that the volumetrically, it will be tracked by the ECMC, but what happens financially will be at the discretion of operators.
I would say that sounds like a reasonable characterization.
So a free-for-all, from what I've seen in my time working for Memorial and Gas, have at it.
Can I just jump in?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I just wanted to echo that's essentially correct, that the rules are designed to track how the credits are created, how they're used, who's going to create them or require them to use them, but how those are transferred is not something that rules actually specifically cover.
I just got James Rosenbaum. I was just gonna chime in. I think a good thing that in the rules is it's by basin by basin. So Peons that's recycling 98% can't transfer those credits to the DJ or to somewhere else in the state. So it's within that basin. So I understand this potential free for all, but it's within the basin. So if you're recycling from the basin, it's not like you can from New Mexico or any other place, state or other state, transfer it within that basin. So that water is being reused within that geographic.
I want to get to Barbara.
That wasn't even my question, though. That was just my response to what they said.
All right, your question.
My question, Harmony Cummings. Circling back to what Jolie said, how many operators are complying with the new forms and reporting? We saw from Arthur a count of forms, but how many operators does that actually represent? And then outside of trucks, where are the other emissions captured? That didn't quite come through in the rest of the presentation.
Sure. So I can't off the top of my head answer the question about how many operators are compliant or not. I know that we have had compliance outreach with some operators and, to bring them into compliance.
Do we get enough?
I'll look into it as we plan the agenda.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the emissions.
And then the emissions question, that's something that Tricia and her group are going to tackle. How are we calculating? Because the statute doesn't tell us to measure the emissions associated with recycling produced water. It says to increase recycling of produced water without increasing emissions. So does that necessarily require the measurement of emissions before? Because you're not going to be able to measure the emissions on a site that doesn't exist to compare it to the site that is recycling? Or does it require you to evaluate the processes that are involved in both of those things and determine the delta? And so I think that's going to be a complex question that is going to take time to answer. I can't answer it right here.
I hadn't even thought about this, but what about basins that cross into New Mexico or other states? I mean, that's just outside of the purview of ECMC, but I mean.
Yeah, we would just look at your operations inside Colorado.
So our trucking, I just want to clarify that between Apollo.
Yeah.
Because my operators do go into New Mexico,
right, which
they're already permitted facility and allowed to do that. So you want the mileage just to the state line? That just made me.
That's a great question, and I'm not sure that I can answer.
I brought it up during a stakeholder meeting a year ago or so.
Gotcha.
I just thought I'd mention it again.
Gotcha. I mean, I would generally say we are concerned with what happens within the boundaries of the state of Colorado, but
No, I like the state line.
that makes it a little.
I'm happy with the state line.
with
You
that.
just stay in your line.
Air pollution doesn't care about your state lines.
Which is true. Barbara.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for your presentation. I don't want us to shoot the messenger. So I appreciate your efforts in trying to answer our questions.
She's saying, get ready to talk.
And here it comes.
Run, Greg, run. So with the passage of 1242, it took ECMC many months to even finalize the forms, let alone start collecting data from a reasonable number of operators. You said you had to basically hold their hands to make sure that it was filled out correctly. So in your presentation on short term, you're talking about new forms or new elements in forms and rolling this out, yet looking at data within the first quarter. I'm anxious to see that data, but I'm looking to you to give us a reasonable expectation when we can expect to start seeing data that will be useful to us to be able to in turn modify our recommendations to ECMC for rulemaking, and in particular, the basin-specific targets that we stumbled over in our initial recommendation.
Sure. So thanks, and you're absolutely right. It's not flipping a switch. It does take time. We had some significant stumbles with implementing the statutory requirements and turning those into rules. Given that we have existing forms that we're modifying for some of those changes, we expect those changes to be somewhat easier. We also have a newly structured team in-house that we expect will have a little better performance, and we have better connectivity to the Governor's Office of Information Technology than we had before. So we have some things to improve that process. That said, we have been advised that we should never commit to less than 4 months for getting a form from start to finish. So there's a sort of, 4 months is what our target is. So we're implementing immediately. That means that operators actually have to start assembling the information, right? If we went back to them and asked for that information, they would be obligated to have it from the date of the rules effective date. Truly, we wouldn't push on that until we actually have the means for them to deliver that information. But we were successful in the Form 7 and 7W of going back to operators and saying, hey, you didn't submit these forms that were required. Now you need to pull your records and submit them in arrears. And we were successful in getting a lot of data from operators that weren't on the front end of submitting, but they were collecting the data and were able to submit those forms with a lot of handling.
So follow up, one of the issues was quality of data. You recall you reported recycling in North Platte out of Basin with North Park, which was not the case. So is your newly constructed team looking at quality of data as well?
So we intend to collect high quality data, and we intend to review it so that we are addressing those issues.
Thank you very much.
I want to make sure that I think there was questions online.
There's one that's been online for a long time.
That was 10:16.
Okay. Let's just sit down and we'll all go.
That's fine.
Billy, you had
I'll
a
be real
question?
quick. Yeah, I know we're headed to break. Thank you for taking all of these questions and answering it. Please recognize that my questions are so we can make great recommendations to ECMC. And since these things take time, that gives us the benefit to discuss them further. I fully appreciate my questions were based in those early concerns about the collection of data. I think you answered a lot of them. Harmony covered my questions on emissions. Thank you, Harmony. My main concern here, though, is as we enter this market, this commodifying of the produced water. I'd love for us to discuss this further of what guardrails are in place to avoid any sort of vertical integration with the commodification of this. If there's profit to be had, we need to also create guardrails. I appreciate that we're not doing penalties for not reporting. Instead, we've created a market to incentivize and reward reporting. I hear that, but I just want to make sure if we are creating something that we're going back and forth on the word market. Sorry, I used it. But what guardrails are in place there? And how do we monitor that? And how are we not opening a whole new can of worms? I think that should be in future discussions if we can earmark that to help modify our recommendations to ECMC. Thank you.
So Greg, thanks for the presentation and the information. I know that there may be, have a couple other questions. If you're open to it, we're gonna take a break now. Maybe folks can come and ask you individually those questions. Happy that you can ask me as well if necessary. But let's give a round of applause.
The round of applause really does go back to you guys, because again, I'm so grateful for the work that you guys are all doing, and again, volunteering, showing up here and engaging in all of this. It's really amazing. So thank you.
So we're gonna have a morning break here, back to work at 10:30. There's, I think, some breakfast.
Right now, how to get to your ECMC site.
Sorry, hello. I think I might have found some non-dairy creamers, and that's what I'm after. What? You know what would have solved the problem?
Also, I will give you a shot at the front range. These are just fantastic. Everything in the industry related to environmental on that.
Looking for non-dairy creamers, but you need to get by. No, I don't. I'm trying to stand out of everybody's way. Go for it. I'm like screaming at the speaker. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Hopefully you holler at people all over there.
Time to go back to your seat.
It's recording.
It sure is.
I know too many. You know what? No.
All right, go ahead and grab your seats. We're gonna go ahead and get started.
Oh, yeah.
We got this. Yeah, we do.
Exciting project.
Okay, so anyone else want to sit down? Next up on the agenda is going to be Hope, and she's going to give us a review of the survey she sent out to consortium members, and that'll help start to set the stage for kind of rethinking our priorities over the next 18, 24 months. Actually, both things that she's going to present here, which is both the survey results and a review of things that we need to complete, that we haven't completed yet, that we have completed, and things that are new. So I won't say any more about it. I'll just kick it off for Hope.
Thank you, Chair Messner, Hope Dalton, Director. And I have just passed out the survey results. It should be on at your seat. And I know you haven't had time to review this. Apologies for that. For those online, all of these documents were emailed last night, so they might be in your email. For the public online, all of these documents are on the consortium's webpage. I'd like to begin with thanking everyone who took the survey. The survey was a series of 10 questions, and they asked about the strategic plan as well as, where you guys want to spend your time for work priorities in the next year and a half, 2 years. So I took the survey answers and really use them to inform how to design today's strategic plan. So I want to review the survey results for you and tell you some good things and some other things that we started to emerge from the survey results. I also, before I begin, I want to call out consortium member Kevin Jan. He really inspired me to use AI. There's a lot of work to do, and so as a way to get my work done a little faster, I have taken some AI training, and I have been using AI just this week. So, and part of that helped me identify themes in some of the narratives that were included in these this survey results. If you're finding some errors, it's all new. I am trying to review it, and maybe I missed it. Maybe the analysis by the AI needs a little more, to be a little more careful with my prompts. And so I'm continuing to learn AI. I appreciate what Kevin has shared with me and some guidance that he shared with me. So thank you. So there were 10 questions on the survey. 23 members provided answers, and those and one consortium member answered twice, went above and beyond. So that's where that's at. I want to again review how our strategic plan is laid out. The strategic plan is whole plan. The letters A, B, C, D, E, those are strategic priorities. Under each letter will be A1, A11, and that is strategic results. Under the strategic results, so you all created the strategic priorities and the strategic results. I took those and I made implementation strategies for each strategic results and then action steps. And those are like the minutia. The action steps are the minutia that staff use to implement the strategic plan. So the strategic priorities are A, B, C, D, E that you see on the screen. It's also on the first page of this document. And I think they bear repeating because we'll be talking about these all day long today, or mostly in the afternoon. So the first strategic priority, and they're not ranked, but A is implementing legislative requirements. B is education. C is communities and environment. D is research. And E is identifying regulatory and policy recommendations. Now, consortium members were asked in the survey, do you think these priorities are still our priorities? And do they align with what our primary goal is to reduce the amount of fresh water being used in oil and gas, while also increasing the reuse and recycling of produced water? I'm happy to say 96% said yes, we're in alignment with the strategic plan. 96% also said that they our priorities, our strategic priorities, those 5 align with our goals. And this is really great news because it means our strategic plan is working. We don't need to revisit the strategic plan in the immediate near term, and we can focus on the work priorities for 25-26. So the next is I asked each of the survey participants to rank the priorities 1 through 5. And what would you like to work on as a priority for 25-26? Now, I will say the Google Forms didn't let me allow you to only choose one number 1 and only choose one number 5. So there's, take it with a grain of salt, but follow up to ECMC rulemaking, which is a new priority. And the reason I added that as a new priority is because our first priority, A, implementing legislative requirements, we're almost done with. And having listened to the ECMC produced water rulemaking, I think they're going to ask us to help them, which I think is great. They value our work, and so I just added it as a strategic priority. I hope no one's upset at me. I'm thinking they're not because it ranked number 1 on this ranking list. Number 2 was a tie between identifying regulatory and policy recommendations in research. Number 3 was a tie also between education and communities and environment. So those are how our priorities ranked in the survey. Several additional priorities were suggested. This is where I used the AI. Some of those ideas, we'll hear more about them as the day goes through. I'm just introducing them right now. Basin specific approaches, a focus on air emissions, because we have been charged with reviewing whether the produced water rules and the increased targets and timelines are increasing the reuse and recycling of produced water without increasing air emissions. Streamlining regulations, that's been a topic since our second report on who are all the regulatory agencies involved with the regulation of produced water, pilot projects, development of infrastructure that came out in 3 of our reports, deliverable 4, 5, and 6, maybe 3, 4, and 5. I can't really remember. We did 3 infrastructure reports, and that came out that infrastructure is needed to increase the reuse and recycling of produced water. Classification of water, that's been in many of our discussions. Is produced water a waste? Is it a commodity? Is it a resource? So that has been brought up several times. Data improvements, we heard this morning some interest in data transparency, data availability, data quality to help inform our recommendation. And then community engagement. We have so far with the community engagement, we've really been relying on you as members to talk to your communities and bring their perspectives to our meetings. And so this community engagement, I think, would be a little more direct community engagement. The next section on the survey was resources needed. This was a drop-down list of technical research and data analysis, legal and regulatory expertise, community engagement and outreach, and other. So the resources needed, I just gave you guys some ideas, and then, I have an open question where people provided more ideas. But what clearly stood out was technical research and data analysis capabilities was most frequently cited as a resource that was needed, followed closely behind by legal and regulatory expertise. The numbers, if you're getting caught up in the numbers, you could choose more than one resource needed.
I hope on that one, the resources needed, that was resources needed by the consortium. Resource we need.
We need these resources in order to successfully complete our strategic priorities. And then we'll move on to challenges to success. So what challenges would you identify that that we really need to be aware of so that when we're identifying our work priorities, are these challenges going to require a longer timeline or more meetings or something like that? So the challenges to success, if you could go a little bit further, I gave a drop down, but I also have additional, people could write it. So the drop down is in this table. It's on page 3 for those of you following along in online, but they were insufficient funds or resources, lack of stakeholder engagement, complexity of tasks, insufficient data, and other. What really rose to the top with the most survey respondents choosing is insufficient funding for resources. We've also talked about this in the past, that our funding will significantly drop in the next fiscal year to be able to fund 4 virtual meetings and 2 staff members. If you scroll back up to challenges to success, people wrote in that the complexity of tasks with are not under the direct influence of the consortium. There's inaccessible, insufficient, or missing or not collected data, lack of awareness of risks based on historical handling of produced water, insufficient time for consortium members to devote to this work. And the person who wrote this one in mentioned that consortium members have other jobs, other priorities, and so there's insufficient time. And then the capacity of consortium staff. Again, we have 2 consortium staff members. So then I asked you, what does success look like to you? Because if we define success, that will help us with our work priorities. Because where are we going to devote our precious resources so that we can have the biggest impact? So this one I also used AI for to gather some themes out of people who submitted essentially paragraphs. Some were very succinct, but some were paragraphs. So these things came out of those open-ended questions. So success looks like we have data-informed, data-driven recommendations. We can measure whether fresh water is being conserved if we are seeing a decrease in freshwater use in oil and gas activities. Regulatory alignment with our goals and really developing those clear regulatory pathways so that, we heard Greg earlier, regulation of produced water as a resource instead of a waste is really new. So this regulatory alignment will be seen as a success. Many people brought up basin-specific approaches. And then what we've already done is really look at our health and safety language that we've been including in all of our reports. That still emerged as a theme that was important to consortium members to protect communities. So then I asked you how you would like to be informed. How should we track these progress towards achieving our strategic priorities? And I gave you a drop down, and then you could also write in. So most people said we really like getting updates at our meetings, but we'd like an online dashboard or tracking system. We also enjoy getting the email updates. I really want to say thank you to whoever wrote in, whatever is easiest for them. Was that you? So thank you. And then if you can scroll back. To the bullet. So some other ideas for tracking is to use you as a resource and assign action items to individual consortium members for completion and reporting using their own teams to kind of supplement the staffing, to provide monthly updates and really a clear path of how to communicate between consortium members, because right now you cannot talk to each other without declaring an open meeting, and have those basin level targets and measure the amount of fresh water use, oil and gas, and if reuse and recycling of produced water is increasing. I'm thinking that detail that the survey respondents provided would feed into a dashboard if a dashboard was developed. And then reviewing at each meeting, this is what we said we're going to accomplish. This is our progress towards those. So that's the end of my presentation on the survey results. Does anyone have any questions, comments? Trisha?
Yeah, Trisha Pfeiffer, EPA. It seems like data is throughout here as a need. And I'm wondering, Greg, you mentioned the modified Form 747. I know we can't say what we want, but can we review those forms and make recommendations for data that we need to make some of the decisions that we're trying to make moving forward?
I think you're not the only one that agrees with that as a priority. I think we'll be talking about that this afternoon again, about do we want to make a work priority around data for the next year and a half. Kevin?
I do agree with the data. I also think that the
data should be, at least uploaded to some sort of shared open source repository where we could search and analyze that data and other people compare it to weather data, air quality data, and kind of get a larger picture of this. Instead of just this one piece of how much is actually being trucked, things like that, so that take a larger snapshot of this for whoever's interested in looking at this stuff.
I love that. As you know, I'm going to say my pet project was the story map that we drafted and had a consultant kind of make a web application or a map that takes federal and state databases and creates layers on the map for that. That's the intention to get to the goal that you just defined. It's not there yet. But again, we haven't made our work priorities for 25, 26. That could be one of our work priorities. Barbara?
Yeah, Barbara Vasquez. Quick question actually for John, and that is on funding for contractors outside of the staff and meetings that are conceived of in the budget going forward. Is there any opportunity, given the challenges the state budget has, that there might be grants or other sources of funding to deal with some of this data visualization, data analysis challenge?
So Barbara, I'm going to refer that to Aaron Ray.
Well, I'll provide an opinion on that.
You're the answer man.
I'm here to protect
so-
you. And
I got that part.
So the consortium budget is what it is. And so
Understood.
that was developed by statute. And so I think one of the things we need to think about in our strategic priorities is having this group work on, what do alternative funding sources look like? What needs are there for the consortium, and what are things that we can do to start to develop alternative funding sources that isn't going to depend on general fund money. And so I'd like to have that conversation during strategic planning. I think I'll let Aaron talk about the state of the
budget.
Budget.
Yes. I think we can all read the news.
But I do think it's a thing that we need to think about, and a thing that staff needs to be thinking about as well, as far as looking at alternative funding mechanisms.
I think there's an opportunity here, as Hope, is you're celebrating the fact that we're first in the nation, trying to develop sufficient funding so that we can continue to do a good job. What we're celebrating is really important.
And I'll this is Aaron Ray from DNR. I think John covered it well. For folks that are not tracking this as closely, the long bill as being considered by the legislature now, if it's ultimately passed and signed, would have a 1.5% reduction for state agencies. That includes for ECMC, which is where the appropriation for this consortium comes from. And so it's really unlikely that there will be additional state appropriated dollars for the consortium's work in the short term. That being said, the consortium has the authority to accept gifts, grants, and donations, to identify alternative funding sources. So I think as you're going through this process, if there are tasks that would require additional resources, it is worth this group thinking about how would we identify and access those additional resources. Because I don't think you can depend on additional state appropriations, at least in the short term.
And in addition, DNR is under risk of losing funding from federal sources that could have very devastating impact, right?
Of the state as a whole, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nicolina?
I just have a quick question, just because John and Aaron are here. But on Wednesday, CDPHE requested money from the Irwin Fund. Is that ever on the table for the consortium is that a place of?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's lots of different opportunities for grants.
Would that be like a discussion that we would have in like a couple of months?
Well, I think that as we look at projects and we start to develop our priorities, start to look at specific needs we may have, I think identifying what funding sources may be available for those. And the Martinez Irwin Fund, is an available funding source. state agencies can apply for. And so again, depending on what.
I just
what
know
the
we don't
need is,
look like a
there's
state
opportunities.
agency. We are.
We are a consortium within the executive director's office of the Department of Natural Resources. So we're a state agency. That
Kind of.
On the website, we are.
Kevin, before we go to you, is there anyone online? Okay, Kevin?
Is gonna be discussed, the funding, is this gonna be discussed at another, topic or can we discuss?
We would need to identify that as something we want to work on in our strategic plan, and then we can talk about that at another meeting, depending on what ultimately comes out of our strategic plan and what might be funded.
Okay, I do kind of have a suggestion. I mean, I didn't really discuss water trading credits, and I know that that came out of the rulemaking. We take a cut of that to fund ourselves, or as kind of like a broker agency, as that. I mean, stock markets do it all the time, so.
10%,
I mean,
15%, yeah.
I mean,
We will
was
be
nothing-
fully funded.
It was nothing we discussed, here, in depth. I was still surprised that, this was even suggested. But if it is in place, I suggest that we use it to our benefit, the community's benefit, and we don't have to take money from any other grants and away from other areas when this credit system is already in place.
Well, I don't want to go into deep detail on the funding right now, but creative idea. And I think one that, like, again, that we develop that into strategic planning and have a future meeting on specific topics. Of that level of detail, I think is important.
Harmony, did you have a comment or question? Well, any online? Okay, well, thank you again for everybody that participated in the survey. I think I was just really happy that our strategic plan is still meeting our needs almost 2 years later. Commissioner Messner, do you want to introduce the next topic, or do you want me to just move into it?
I think I've introduced it a couple of times, so I'm going to
Super. So this will mimic the strategic plan. So Greg, what did you do, man?
It's not my water.
I'm gonna have to ask Nikki to
That
bring
corner
me.
up there.
I got you.
She wasn't really.
So this will mimic an email that was sent to consortium members, where I reviewed the strategic plan and really identify what strategic priorities or progress on the strategic priorities and the strategic results. And, what I want you to think about, I'm going to present my assessment of what strategic results what we've completed, what's in progress, what's not started, and I'm going to request some new strategic results to be approved by the consortium or for your consideration. And I'm not sure that we'll really vote right now. I want to see how the discussions related to our work priorities falls out this afternoon. But I really just, as I present today, I want you to think about, do you agree that these have been completed and the strategic results, we could potentially put in new strategic results? Or, do you disagree? Do you think some of the ones that I classified as in progress are really completed? That kind of assessment as we move forward through here.
And I think really the important piece here is that we need to acknowledge what's been completed. We need to understand what has not been completed that we said we were going to do. And we have to consider some of the additions that staff has suggested as things they would like to see us work on. But as you're looking at it, we'll have to make a critical decision, whether there's anything on that list of things that we haven't completed yet, haven't started yet, or even things that maybe we have started that are really something we want to continue to work on, or whether there are things that we may want to eliminate to allow for other priorities to come in. And there may be nothing, and that's okay. But I mean, I think we just need to look at what we developed a year and a half ago before many of us even knew what we were doing with this consortium, and make sure that they still really are things that we want to be working on right now, or whether they, whether some other thing maybe have become more important. And I'm not suggesting that that is the case, so by no means, but I do want to look at it. Sorry.
Thank you for that introduction. So what you might want to refer to during this presentation is the strategic plan update. It's quite colorful. I'm not into using a lot of colors, but I know some people like. I like everything black and white. Okay, so the red on this strategic plan update, and for those online, this is on our consortium webpage and has been emailed to consortium members. So the red is all of the updates to the strategic plan and really defines the work of why I might have classified something as completed, in progress, not started, or new. And those updates are under each strategic result, and there's a little highlight of yellow to indicate this is an update. This is Hope and Dr. Sedlako's assessment of the task we've done to make progress. And then in the strategic result is highlighted if it's green, it's completed. It's been assessed by me and Dr. Sedlako as completed, or it is yellow if it is in progress, or it's blue if it's new or not started. Okay. This presentation is just a quick summary of what you'll see in the strategic plan update. So I'm going to say this many times today. These are our strategic priorities. Implementing legislative requirements, that's 90% complete. What we have left is the July 1st report on toxicological and analytical methods. The second strategic priority is education. Most of the education and why I put 50% complete is related to getting the consortium members the knowledge they need to inform the produced water rulemaking. So that has been done because hopefully you guys felt fairly educated. We had a lot of data and analysis and presentations early in 2024 that was to provide that education to consortium members. The other piece that I feel was completed is giving access to community members through our webpage to all the materials that have been shared with consortium members. And that is through the website. And we have also added all of the public comments to the website. The next one, communities and environment. You'll see I marked that as 0% complete. And so that's an opportunity to identify work priorities related to that strategic priority. Research is 60% complete, and I'm going to let Dr. Sedlako talk about that. She will talk about it later in this presentation. And then identifying regulatory and policy recommendations is 50% complete. Now, when you look at these completion numbers, like the 50% that is left is a lot of work. Okay, so you might think, oh, 10%, we're close, it's no big deal, we can make it, work priority plus, 15 more, but it's not. The reason they're not complete is that last 10% is always really hard. So what have we completed? In strategic priority A, implementing legislative requirements, we've completed 8 legislative reports. We've also completed the annual updates and the SMART Act hearings we participated in. In strategic priority B, education, we have built the consortium's knowledge and provided consortium information to the public. In strategic priority C, research, we have assessed the current state of produced water, identified the needed state of produced water, and articulated the aspirational future state of produced water. In strategic priority E, identifying regulatory and policy recommendations, we have completed minimum thresholds. And that is the timeline and targets that we provided for the produced water program. So what is in progress? In strategic priority A, implementing legislative requirements, we have 1 legislative report due on July 1st, 2025. In strategic priority B, education, we need to engage communities and do some proactive outreach. And remember, these are the strategic results that you developed in 2023. In strategic priority C, which is communities and environment, we have started to create tools and guidelines, and that's that draft story map that I referred to earlier. In strategic priority D, research, we are currently identifying research and data gaps. That's an important piece of that July 1st report. In strategic priority E, identifying regulatory and policy recommendations, we are identifying regulatory barriers, opportunities, and recommendations for change. You'll notice that one is in progress, mostly because we've completed the report that identified barriers. I believe we submitted that on December 1st. So what's new or not started? I added in a new one for implementing legislative requirements. Remember, we're almost done. We've done those 8 reports. We just need 1 more left. When we were looking at the future state of produced water storage, treatment, and infrastructure, thank you, Chair Messner. We had a very robust conversation about the need for really looking at community impacts and potentially identifying methods to measure those community impacts. So I'm suggesting a new strategic result to analyze community impacts report. And really that's looking at the methods, what data points do we need to be able to say this has an impact or doesn't have an impact. Another new one is that I'd like to suggest is in communities and environment. And this is not exactly new. The original strategic result was proactively engage communities. I'd like to suggest splitting this out into C2, proactively engage local governments, and C3, meaningfully consult with tribal governments. The original had local governments and tribes together. C4 has not been started yet. This is an original one, not new. It is to provide guidelines to identify those communities. So if we're going to do targeted outreach, who are we doing the targeted outreach to? C5 is identify imbalances and opportunities. C6 is to consider environmental impacts. There's another new strategic result that we'd like to propose, and that is related to data transparency. So now I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Sablako to talk a little bit more about the research strategic priorities.
Thanks, Hope, and good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Cool.
Yes.
I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but I am here in spirit and as the disembodied voice in the back of the room. And thanks to Zahi and James and their students for getting this pulled together for us. You've heard from Hope already about a number of the research activities, but I've been asked to do a quick update on Strategic Priority D, the research progress update. So we're still working on D1, identifying research gaps, namely with that analytical and toxicological methods report. I presented that first draft last month, and in addition to your comments and suggestions at that meeting, we've had several members directly interact with that draft. And thank you so much to those members, and I will do my best to incorporate your voices into the next draft. We have a month before the final draft is due to you all for a second and hopefully close to final draft in May. I don't know if you can see my fingers crossed, but they're crossed. And I would really love to incorporate your thoughts and ideas, especially if it requires further research from staff before then. So please engage with this draft if you're so inclined. And please remember that Deliverable 9 is just narrowly focused by the House bill on analytical and toxicological easy for me to say. Analytical and toxicological methods for reuse. And the final report is due July 1st. And then lastly, we've introduced a newly proposed research strategy in response to your feedback. We have heard your voices and you have emphasized the need for greater data transparency and easier public access to the produced water data, and some great ideas have already been addressed this morning. We know that navigating the existing databases can be challenging, and so here is this newly proposed research strategy D5 on data transparency, where we're aiming to recommend some solutions that can hopefully transform and improve the current data into a more complete, user-friendly, and accessible format. And as always, I appreciate your attention and look forward to your continued engagement in this next year together. I thank you very much and turn it back to Hope.
Thank you, Dr. Sablako, and I'll take questions, or Erin can take questions as well. Questions? Barbara?
Barbara Vasquez. Erin, that second data transparency item, are you envisioning having a mechanism to rip data out of CDPHE and ECMC databases and putting it elsewhere? Or are you talking about making recommendations to agencies regarding their own databases?
Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate the question. And I think that both are on the table, and I'm hoping we can flesh some of it out this afternoon in our conversations or even in future meetings about how we can better approach this. You'll notice in the strategic update, I don't have a date on it because I'm not really sure how long it's going to take us to do this or what exactly members have ranked priority in how this can be improved. I know there are a lot of great ideas out there, and I'm hoping to sort of compile them into something, hopefully today.
Thanks.
Oh, I've got a question. As far as some of the in progress ones, we've got C4, C5, C6, and then a new one, A5A. And maybe 4, 5, and 6, 4, 5, and 6 are not in progress.
Not started.
They're not started, but they're not complete.
Correct.
How much overlap, I guess, or how much synergy are there between C4, C5, C6, and A5A? And is there any opportunity for consolidation there? And we don't have to make a decision now, but it's just a thought I had. I wanted to
Thank you, Chair Messner. And the question is, are there synergies between the different strategic priorities and strategic results? And as you've seen through this update, a lot of the reports that we made progress on and submitted and completed actually made progress on some of the other strategic priorities and strategic results. Specifically to communities and environment, I think if that is determined as a work priority for 25-26, it would be, a plan would be to incorporate all of the strategic results into any action steps and implementation strategies that we do, so that we would get, the most bang for our buck. And so
it may be one deliverable that actually accomplishes
all of them.
A5A, C4, C5. I mean, maybe not, but I mean, they could all, some of them could be combined into one deliverable rather than all of them being separate.
Right, and so specifically to the ones that are on the screen, we had a small group, Jolie and Mike and I and the public information officer, and we drafted a communication plan. And so that communication plan would potentially be revisited and expanded to really look at those. How do we do that? Identify the communities we want to target for outreach, and then how do we effectively listen to them, which is some of the strategic results in B, education strategic priorities. So I think it would probably start with the communication plan and then expand beyond that. Any other questions? Any online? Okay, well, thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity.
So thanks, Oak. And again, this is starting to set the stage for the conversation we'll have after lunch today, where we actually are going to figure out what some of our next steps are. And tying into that is some thoughts that we had from different consortium members on things that they want to put on the table for us to consider as part of our strategic plan. This isn't an opportunity for these folks to take 20 minutes to start that debate on the topic, but rather to say, hey, this is something I think should be on the table for consideration as we develop our strategic plans. So they're only going to take, 2 to 4 minutes, to introduce the idea so that we can get it down formally as something that we'll consider during our strategic planning this afternoon. And so I am one of those people that have things that want to do as well. And so, but I'm not going to go first. I have a list here that I'm trying. Oh, here it is. So, I am going.
So I made the list, and then I secretly wrote it on Chair Messner's little piece of paper, so he hasn't reviewed the list. But you don't have to go first.
I'm going to be really quick here. So, and the things that I'm identifying are things that came out of the ECMC rulemaking, where commissioners have asked us to look at these things. And so those things include storage and transportation, legal and liability issues, fit for use classifications, data improvement, including public transparency, data verification, testing standards, community and environmental justice concerns, research gaps, and watershed agreements, amongst other things. These are things that we identified already in previous reports. It's something that ECMC has embraced from the previous reports and has asked us to do further evaluation and analysis on. And so I just wanted to identify those as something that we may consider, not as a group. That's a lot of things. And so obviously people who are interested have to parse those out and prioritize those. Let me see your hand up. Give me one more second here. And then the other piece that ECMC asked, the farmer's going to talk more about is to collect, refine, and analyze basin-specific data to inform conversations around basin-specific considerations and targets that would result in recommendations to the commission for future rulemaking. So Barbara will talk about it, but I want to identify that ECMC has already identified that as something they would like to see the consortium work on. And finally, the prohibition of new centralized produced water treatment facilities and storage facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. We've been asked to look at that and have a conversation on that as well. So that's it.
Can I add to that before, for me, sorry. So if you're wondering where Chair Messner is reading from, that's on page 22 of your strategic plan updates. So, yes, good memory. He wasn't reading it. So page 22 at the top has all of, it's from the statement of basis of purpose for the produced water rulemaking. And that is a document that I'll share with consortium members, but it is identified also in the strategic plan updates, page 22. Sorry. That was my question. Nobody could write them all down.
So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Barbara, who is next on my list.
Oh, okay. I just have 3 slides and I'm gonna take maybe 3 minutes to leave a little time for questions. This is not comprehensive, but as I participated in the rulemaking, thinking about what would be a benefit to ECMC from the consortium. One is this basin level targets. We struggled with that. We didn't have the data to support that recommendation. And it's really important that we come back to that with the support from ECMC and their data analysis. The second was something I brought up almost a year ago, the possibility of mining brine that's already underground as a result of a lot of class 2 well injection of produced water as a waste. We can't do that alone. We need industry or perhaps this research institution that we're sitting in right now to participate with us to see what the potential is. And you're going to hear a lot more about that in a few minutes from one of the other consortium members. But that gives us that co-benefit of reducing the volume of storage required in the DJ Basin to improve the rate of reuse and recycling, and hopefully also reduce the emissions from the treatment of produced water. The third keeps coming up, this issue of ownership and classification. Imagine now a 3-party system. We have an oil and gas operator that is bringing produced water up to the surface. We may have a 3rd party like NGL that is a treatment entity, and then an additional operator, maybe a different operator who is acquiring that treated produced water for downhole completion. So what does that look like in terms of ownership? That's a legal and DWR question. What does it look like in terms of classification of the water? Does it remain a waste and therefore protected under RCRA? Or does it change character once it's treated? What is that level of treatment? All of these questions need to be answered to support the work that ECMC and we are trying to do, and that is to reduce the amount of fresh water, increase the amount of recycled, reused, produced water. On the next page, completion of the elements that are captured in 1242. This has already been discussed by John in that they are captured in the statement of basis of purpose for the rulemaking that was just completed, specifically issues of air quality and facilities built in DIC. So I'm not going to spend time on that. There are people better qualified to answer questions about that than me. But then this whole issue of the analytical methodologies and identification of contaminants in produced water. How does it get cleaned up? How clean does it have to be in order to, for example, be put through lay flat pipelines, to be stored in open pits or tanks? We have open pit storage on the west slope. There's this idea that, oh, human population is so light in west slope. We don't care. I care. I don't live on the west slope. Actually, I live just over the mountains from the Continental Divide. But this is a big concern for the organization that I represent, Western Colorado Alliance. What is this going into the air that we're breathing? What impacts does it have on climate change? And then more importantly, what's the level of contaminants in water? Should we see a spill or a leak, soil contamination, surface water contamination? So we have known unknowns and unknown unknowns. There are people better able to address those questions here than me, but it's a big concern. And whenever we have unknowns, the public is going to fill the vacuum of information with their own fears. So the more we can do as a consortium and as an industry to fill in those data gaps, the better off we'll be in terms of community engagement. End of statement. But the last page really addresses our limitations. We need ECMC support for a lot of this data gathering and the completeness and the quality of the data and the analysis to us so that we can be effective without a whole lot of capability ourselves to do the analysis. We need industry collaboration for this brine mining to demonstrate not only can we bring it up, but can we reuse it? The analytical methods and concentration thresholds, the legal and regulatory questions that I just raised about, what is the status of produced water once it's treated and it's moved from party to party, and then the air quality stakeholder group, and the funding and resources, which we talked about a few minutes ago. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Barbara.
Sure.
Any questions for Barbara before we move on?
I just have a quick comment. This is Harmony Cummings. When I worked in the industry and we were moving oil by train, it was like there was a very simple just agreement in place that the operator controlled the product until it was actually on the train. We took the ownership and responsibility while it traveled on the train, and then once we put it into the tank of whoever was next. And so I think that there's a really easy standard. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. It gets done in the industry all the time. And so I just want to name that as we go into these conversations, that it's something moving commodities and trading them amongst many operators is a standard operating for many in the industry.
Thank you for that. I think it may be a little more complicated here in that we have RCRA protection and that liability question, as well as the commercial activity that goes on in what I just framed, moving from an operator brings it up to a treater to an operator who uses it in completions. And our industry representatives will have a lot more to say about that. I am not the expert, but I have questions. Yeah.
And again, we're identifying and not solving. So, Armia?
So some general comments. So on Carmia Woolley with the BLM. When it comes to data collection, I wanted to recognize all the work that has been done thus far. These last few years, there's been a lot of new rulemakings, new requirements at all levels of government. So I want to say ECMC, thank you, industry, thank you for providing data. I know that working for the BLM, I've collected produced water data, and I thought it would be a simple task from industry to provide. It is not. There are so many levels of folks that you need to reach out to collect the data. So not as simple as I originally thought. So just knowing that we have data to work with, and that not all operators are producing water.
I want to recognize them for all of their efforts that they have done. It's not easy, especially as we keep up at this fast pace of change. And then the other thing that I want folks to be thinking about, please, is that having set new requirements for industry at the BLM, sometimes there are unintended consequences. So one thing that comes to mind is that right now in our state, a lot of the new development is in a deeper Niobrara formation, which typically does not produce a lot of water, but it does produce a lot of oil and gas. And so there may not be much produced water to provide for the recycling. So in my mind, if we are requiring the operators to use a certain amount of recycled water, we might have an unintended consequence of them developing other shallower formations that may have, greater consequences. So just a thought to share. I want everybody to be thinking about that because sometimes, we can take these steps forward, but like I said, there are unintended consequences. And I know that we have a goal in mind. I just want to make sure that we are successful in completing it and that we can adapt to things as we collect data to inform our decisions. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Doug, you're up next.
Doug White, NGL Water. So in the position of experience and expertise in produced water, feels like I can finally maybe make some contributions here. In the packet, we have put together a short white paper maximizing the use of existing UIC or injection wells in the DJ Basin. That's where we specifically focus. I think this could apply also to the rest of the state for distributed recycling of produced water. So with our charge being, identifying barriers to produced water recycling and reuse, we're able to apply our experience in New Mexico and Texas across the Delaware Basin. It's a very big, prolific shale basin. It's the west part of the Permian, but produces about 13 million barrels of water a day compared to the DJ and even the west of Colorado. I think, what did we say? It was half a million barrels per day or something like that. So we have been able to achieve as an industry, not just NGL, but others, scaled recycling and reuse of produced water in not only Texas, but also New Mexico. So part of that system is what? The backbone of the system are the UIC wells and facilities, tank batteries, and then the very large network of pipelines that move water from wellhead, well processing for production wells, just like we do here, and move that through SWD facilities. Typically, it's been for injection. Here, it's for injection. How do we apply that to the DJ Basin or Colorado as a whole? They're all necessary parts of scaled recycling. So in the Delaware NGL, we process for recycling as much water as the entire DJ Basin every day. It works. We figured it out. So I wanted to apply that to, hey, what are the barriers here in Colorado? It takes a portfolio of assets to be able to achieve this, right? We can't, without disposal wells, injection wells, you can't recycle, is really what the basis is. So if we go through the white paper, our focus here is what are the role of existing UIC wells in recycling? We're going to want to cover that, which I just talked about. And then we have some regulatory barriers, UIC that affect UIC utilization, as part of our strategic priority. And then practicality of unrestricted injection for recycling, we'll want to cover that. And then we get into policy recommendations. So this being informative, why do we want to do that? we identify a barrier to scaled recycling in order to meet our targets, and we would like to see them exceeded. And I think everyone here probably would. We want to look at and dive into, hey, what is a potential current regulatory barrier that could hurt or harm that effort? So if you get the time to read this, I think it's a very pointed and concise view of what we want to cover. Thank you.
Quick question. You sort of almost allude to in here that taking water out of UIC wells. Is that something that is being done right now?
No.
Okay.
Part of that, so why do we mention that? These wells, are constantly being injected into, have for, decade or over a decade, many of them. The opportunity to use the water that's sitting in the reservoir to pull that water out and use it for recycling rather than only relying on the local amount of water available that's being produced out of the oil well formations. There's potential to use those UIC wells as storage, pull that water back out, and treat that to add additional water that could be recycled, thereby reducing fresh water.
Is that in progress? Is research being done on how to do that?
It's maybe not as hard as you may think. Those formations are pressured already, just naturally pressured. So a certain amount of that water will come out inherently if we stopped. If we took the pressure off, relieve pressure, so much of that water still will flow back to surface. Certainly controlled, of course, and then to get more of that water out, it would take some downhole technology to pump that water out of the formation.
So, Trish Becker, EPA, I did look at this UIC program, and we do have one well in Colorado that is doing this.
Oh, really?
It's in the San Juan Basin.
I have.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And they're pulling the water back out for hydraulic fracturing. So I just pulled the permit. I haven't read it. I haven't reached out to the operator yet to see what the success is with that. But with enhanced oil recovery, injection wells are switched to production wells all the time when you're doing EOR. Yeah. Okay. So it's not unheard of, right? You can switch a well back and forth.
Yeah.
Katie.
Hi, Katie Keys, Adams County, serving for Commissioner Pinter today. It's fascinating that there is a UIC well in San Juan Basin that may be doing this. While you're looking at that permit, if our concern are historic frac chemicals that were previously used and probably are within those underground reservoirs, and whether or not there's a way to maybe assess if there's, I guess, water quality data that's collected by the well operators before that water is injected, and how far back in the past that data goes. For instance, there's PFOA, PFAS. Those were prohibited from being used, several years ago, but I'm assuming that some of those more harmful chemicals may be within those reservoirs. And how do we, I guess, protect against contamination from those chemicals if that water is to be reused?
I guess I would reply to that. If you're using the water for hydraulic fracturing, you're going to be adding chemical additives to it. So I'm
gonna steer us away from trying to solve the problems here today. We're just identifying topics for future discussion. And so good point, Katie. Something that's important for consideration, and I think that we need to be. There's lots of things to be thinking about.
Definitely. Didn't think it was going to be solved today, but just wanted to highlight it as a potential issue to look at.
Oh, thanks for that. And, I'm going to go to Rick next.
Thank you, Chair Mesner. Rick McCurdy with Select Water Solutions. And I wanted to chime in basically with the same comment that Tricia made, except not in Colorado, that there are instances in the past where operators have looked at running a pump into an existing Class 2 well to pull it out. As Doug mentioned, it's very common for these wells, when you can just open them up and they carry enough pressure to bring water to the surface. That typically falls off very rapidly within the first few days. It's not that much to start with. They'll generally flow maybe a couple of thousand barrels of water a day until that pressure bleeds off. The limitation here is, and I'm not trying to solve the problem, but the limitation here is going to be the size of the casing for the existing UIC well, because that limits the size of the submersible pump that you can run in it. If you have 5.5-inch casing, regardless of what that reservoir will give you water-wise, you're going to be limited about 4,000 barrels of water a day production, depending on depth. What I would write, not solve the problem, but as we look into this and move forward, we probably need to look at possibly a small work group just to do a feasibility study of existing UICs in the DJ Basin and what might be realistically be expected to be pulled out of them. And I think we've discussed this at our earlier meetings before, that it becomes a very expensive process if we're going to pull the existing tubing and packer out of a well, run in with a pump and pump it for some amount of time, pull that pump back out of the hole and run tubing and packer back in. We're very quickly getting up into the multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars to do that. Anyway, that was my comment.
Okay,
We have one more
we've got lots of people that want to debate this one. I think we've identified the topic at this point, and we're going to move on at this point. And I think these are good conversations. This is a fascinating topic that has strong opinions on both sides. And so, but to keep us moving forward, I'm going to pause on that one. Topic identified, and then hand it over to Irene and Harmony for the next topic.
So Irene, do you want to present first?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to let Harmony.
So, this is at this point kind of like meeting a dead horse because everybody's been talking about access to the data, but basically developing front-end tools for retrieving ECMC data that will enable us to ensure that operators are in compliance, facilitate the work that you want to be doing, and help consortium make further recommendations. So what we have available to right now is data, and what we really need is a tool. And we represent the user base for this tool. So what we need to think about is what we want to be able to achieve by grabbing this data out that's being collected by ECMC. And when we think about it, not esoterically, but just real like meat and bones, like as if you're choosing a rental place online. You want to know, does it have washer dryer? Does it have Wi-Fi? And think in those kind of terms, like what you want from the data, real simplistic. And also think about it as what you want and not how to implement it, because then it gets too complicated. It's just better to instead work with the what and not the how. And then on the next slide, I give some examples of just simple things that you're going to want to be able to grab from the data, like the ability to compare annual percentage of fresh water used against the prior year, or verification that no volume fields are being left negative or blank or something like that. Just like common sense things about, if I'm retrieving data, this is what I want to be able to see. And Harmony is going to go into way more detail on that kind of stuff, but you have the printout, you know what it says. But the important thing to remember is you cannot control a system that you can't measure. Now I'm going to pass over to Harmony now.
But now I.
Yeah.
No, I'm getting another.
You want my iPad and you can see it on there?
There's someone bringing theirs here now.
Okay.
If it's presented like this, can the people online see it?
No, we're seeing the room.
Can we move the camera to see the TV a little better?
Probably have to like join as the Zoom.
We can see the TV, it's just really far away. I don't know if maybe Emma can plug Harmony's drive into her computer.
Probably let you guys work on that for a second. I'm gonna move on to Thomas. Are you with us? Thomas isn't with us. Okay. I think Mark or Michelina, did you guys have ideas for a topic?
Yep.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Mark Hefta with Chevron, representing the industry. On the front range. Yeah, hoping I had a bunch of different ideas over the I can stick to one. So what I just wanted to throw forward is further consideration on temporary storage for treated produced water. I had a lot of discussions even today about the DJ basin generally does not produce a lot of water, and it even more importantly declines really rapidly as you put wells on production. So when I'm working, my day job is getting water to frack, and every time you plan a completion project, your three variables really are your rate, your storage, and your time. The rate being how fast you can move water. That's really up to the company to figure out how big a pipeline you need. Time is just your timing on fracks and in relation to other fracks. But then the other valuable or the other important variable there is storage. We need a high volume of water in a short interval for fracks, and our current water supply and our ability to treat and transfer that water is limited. As we're developing more infrastructure, that's going to grow over time. But still, you still need that storage component. Just need to accumulate that water over time, allow storage of a large volume, and then use it on a specific well. There's really right now not a lot of storage options for treated produced water available to us. Frac tanks, the primary component we have right now. And I do want to point out that there's on a regulatory constraint, the ECMC policy on modular large volume tanks does require a variance for a waste management plan to approve storage of produced water in a temporary tank, and this just adds more complexity to our storage. So my request in consortium would be to conduct an additional study on temporary water storage that can be used for the storage of treated produced water, not raw produced water that's been treated to some level, and then offer recommendations on methods and water quality parameters that would allow that treated storage water to be regulated differently than raw produced water in regards to storage, and then explore other alternatives for with industry's guidance, other alternatives for storage, including MLBTs, of course, pond storage, other storage options out there. I think this would increase our optionality for treated water storage, especially in the short term, while we work on these long-term storage issues, and provide more sustainable water recycling practices. So that'd be my request.
And so, Mark, it's a good topic. So treatment, fit for use classification, technology. I mean, those are kind of the big ones around that topic. So I think to me that's a good topic.
And regulatory.
Regulatory.
Yeah. Somehow if there could be some regulatory acknowledgement on the quality of water that needs stored versus most regulations now are written for raw water.
Can you define it?
It's I hate that term, but I call it, in the industry it's call it Poseidon or AST or an AST tank. It's just a mobile tank that can be moved, like set up very quickly in a day or two and moved to location.
Like Legos.
Well,
modular large volume tank.
But it's a mobile tank with a liner And it does need secondary containment and all that, but MLP.
Yeah.
So to add to the modular large volume tanks, some of them are open top. There's others that are designed with bladders, so they are not open to the atmosphere. I like that idea about looking at storage options. In my experience, in areas that do not have infrastructure established, the biggest holdup is storage, temporary storage. When you're looking to complete a well, it requires large volumes, short amount of time. So if you don't have that water stored nearby, it's not feasible, and that's where you're seeing a lot of fresh water use. So if we can dial that in, that would.
Most DJ MLBTs are bladdered.
Yeah, and they're freshwater as far as I'm not aware of any.
They're not emitting anything. They don't have any. It's just produced water storage tanks there.
Topic identification. Just wanting to, commit from another operator, but also experience expertise, the kind of the second or recommendation of what Mark said. And then just to highlight, that's exactly what Doug was talking about. And that's what even Barbara mentioned in the brine mining is the storage of the water, whether it's on the surface or subsurface, is so critical for us to be successful in the process. So I think they kind of tie together, and it's really critical that we solve storage in various capacities to make it successful.
Harmony Cummings. This is the number one thing from my point of view that needs to be done to physically see an increase in recycling. This is what I wish this whole thing would have been about this whole entire time. And for the people who aren't so familiar in the industry, I think it's important to know when they're talking about storing large quantities of water, they're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, storing at least 500 to 700,000 barrels of water that you'll use in less than 2 days when you're in the completion phase. Is that like large amounts of water? Yes.
For recycled volumes, it would be less.
But that's essentially the amount of
Yeah.
water that you need in that amount of time frame.
But it's a large, in that range.
Yeah, and a tank, the biggest, not biggest, 50,000 barrels, about the biggest AST.
So having the definition of a treated and standards for safe storage of large amounts of treated produced water becomes incredibly imperative to see the increase in recycling that we need to reduce freshwater usage.
Okay, issue identified. Did you have one, Nicolita?
I sort of, yes. Thank you, Hope. Which I don't have I will send one right away. Thank goodness I had notes on my phone. Because we didn't clarify it, so I felt kind of like a goober. I don't have a PowerPoint.
I'll give you a handkerchief.
So mine was specific. I had mentioned evaporative ponds, for swimming lessons in the Western Slope. But I am a big fan of evaporative ponds for produced water management, especially in Western Colorado, and easily follows into the DJ. And I'll volunteer even to deepen the consortium's understanding of the role to evaporative ponds could play a role in managing this produced water, especially for storage. I thought I was just going to dump it on Aaron and Hope's lap, and I don't feel like that's appropriate now after listening to them today, but I did do some research and elaborating and expanding on the PIT work group from 2022. John, if you'll remember, or if Greg's still in the room. So they did a lot of work. I looked into a bunch of Commissioner McGowan, all of her notes. So I think that there is a significant amount of elaboration that we can do. Because a lot of this, like VOCs and TDS, has already been kind of fleshed out. So a couple of the points for the technical feasibility and environmental considerations, economic costs and benefits, regulatory framework and gaps, we have a few, compatibility with Colorado water law, really considering the hydrologic cycle of sustainability. We have some considerable land use implications, talking about other outside uses like wildfire mitigation, which I have an operator that does have a freshwater evaporative ponds that are used for fire mitigation and suppression in our area. And like I said, I will volunteer, but a formation of a work group to go ahead and meet and discuss this. All the little highlights, which I will definitely send to Hope so she can send out my notes to all of you.
Well, and Nicolita, as you think about this, I guess as we all think about it, I guess a determination on whether that should be a standalone or whether that kind of falls into additional considerations around storage, treatment, and disposal of produced water, because it is a mechanism, right? And I will tell you that Commissioner McGowan will be very happy to hear that you're acknowledging the work that that group did, because they did do a lot of work on that PIT working group that previously happened. So,
I just appreciate that there's been discussions long term about this, right? And I think the ECMC has really lifted a lot that we can flesh out and do here. I do want to single out though evaporative ponds, right? As one significant measure of storage, right? And recycling. So I don't want it to drown. Unintended.
Okay, we'll do Irene and Harmony. I don't know, really Harmony because you already done. So,
Perfect. This presentation highlights many data concerns brought up today during the creation of HB 1242 over the course of our meetings and reports and in the rulemaking. Please know that I love data systems, reports, anomalies, improvements, audits. All of this comes from a strong foundation to make these systems better because they are important. Produced water, there are many concerns when it comes to the data that we have at STAN. I know some of us come from different perspectives, but self-reported data by the industry and many of us question the reliance on this, especially looking at comparisons of estimates to actuals. Is everything actually being reported? Is it being reported properly once water usages and leases and things have changed hands? And now that we're moving into the complexity of a credit trading system. Also, right now we currently have a small sample size for water from our 47s and 47s. Again, the question is how many operators does this represent? What's still missing? I hear all sorts of different things when it comes to these reports. Sometimes there's negative numbers in fields. Sometimes there's reports not turned in at all. Sometimes there's 7 different names for produced water, produced fluids, produced blah, blah, blah. And when you don't have that synchronicity, you're going to not be able to compile the data in a usable format the way that it needs to be. And then what's the point? There's also been a history of discrepancies. I'll go into a little bit more on the produced water dashboard volumes, freshwater usage, recent falsification of oil and gas reports, emission modeling errors. There has been a lot that has gone on over time. And again, I know some of you guys have already heard this from me, but there's a lot of people sitting in the room today that don't have the same opportunities to make this their full-time work. And so I think it's really important that we say that for folks in the audience and in the consortium who don't get to hear these things every day. But there is a lot of mistrust out here, and improving these data systems will help be that bridge that can improve things for everyone. Additionally, oil and gas data systems do not interface with each other. They're difficult to navigate, use, and cross-reference for accuracy. These include CIDR, the cumulative impacts, CODIS, the on-air, the air emissions, the ECMC dashboard. I was just talking to somebody else about this, and they just said it is close to impossible for a human to go in and make totals in some of these, close to impossible for them to cross-reference because the identification numbers used over in ECMC are not over in CDPHE. And so how can we even be doing anything when it is so fragmented? And then also there's missing information. Again, we already kind of highlighted on this, but we actually have no baselines for produced water emissions or truck mileage. And then other things that have been missing with being able to break out the information by basin and just straightforward water usage volumes each year for fresh water. It goes on and on. There's a lot of room for improvement. Yeah, we're going to see if you click on that. How many of y'all use the dashboard from the ECMC? That's not that many of us. Can you go to number 4, please? And so then that also highlights, we were talking about some sort of dashboard possibly for produced water that shows being able to break out produced water volumes, freshwater usage by basin, be able to see that year over year, now also including recycled produced water volumes and rates. But right now, currently what we have, and not very many of you use this tool, so maybe it's important to be figuring out how we use tools that people actually need and use. But for me, this was the only tool that I had when we started out to set up this legislation, and this is production. And what it shows, if you just click on 2022, right there, please. What this shows, the blue is the water, the black is the oil, and the red is the gas. And this is how much we produce in the state every year. And so I just wanted to show you all this tool because I think it's important, and I just talked someone else through this, and they were like, oh, I didn't even know that that exists. Go back to the presentation. And I want to say that, and next slide, please. This was the starting point for me in the legislation, where we took the amount of produced water that was available on the dashboard, and we divided it by the estimate from the cumulative impacts report of what it would take to do a well in the DJ Basin, because that's higher, and so we were looking for a conservative number. We estimated at the start of this process around 1,200 wells could be completed using this information. But this whole time, everyone's been telling me that's not possible, that's not possible. And I acknowledge that there were barriers to where you could move things over place and that not everything was in the DJ Basin and the water, but I'm like, something still wasn't adding up. And it took a long time, but then finally we were provided information about produced water by basin. And when I totaled up that number, it was half of what was reported in the dashboard. And I'm like, and then next. And so when we did new calculations, what became available to actually do in the DJ Basin was only 267 wells. And that would be using every drop, and I understand that that's not possible, but significantly different from the 1,200 that we originally had anticipated was possible. And data matters, because we're just sitting out here wondering what is possible. And if we have data that's off by over 100% in this instance, what else is also off that we know of? And what came to light of what's causing this data variance is that not only is the dashboard accounting for produced water volumes, it's also accounting for produced water that's injected into wells. Essentially, every barrel in the DJ Basin is double counted. And this information has been available to everyone for a long time, and not a single other user has ever noticed this discrepancy. Again, really highlighting the need for transparency in these systems and reasonable checks and accuracy. I feel like I essentially could tell you any number and no one would question any number that was said. And I think that we need to come up with better referencing, reasonable checks to be able to move forward with all the decisions that we make in regards to produced water and everything related to oil and gas, because it's making a huge impact on our state, y'all. And I know we're here to talk about water, but somebody's adding up all the emissions, and emissions is a big part of this for the year. And because we aren't easily able to accumulate these totals, it's really concerning what we're looking at. But again, we just have a really hard time navigating and figuring out this right. Next slide, please.
So how much longer you got?
2.5 weeks.
Okay.
2.5. This, I know you've had to hear this before. But
well, this is an issue identification.
I understand, but there were also times when people who don't get to hear these things, who are missing these spaces, and let me get to my own next slide here, and why it's important. And there are also people in this room and also people on this consortium who are texting me today asking, can we have a lunch? I need to feel caught up.
Understood, but you identify an issue, then you
we're
actually have
identifying.
a conversation.
One of the most important things that I've been asking for since this legislation was cumulative totals of fresh water. When we finally got that is so important here, because it's the number one point of everything that we need is to be saving our precious fresh water in our state and in these times. This is something that I asked for in 2022, and when we finally got the information back, it took weeks, and there was a big rounding error or an accounting error off by 30%. This information that was provided to the consortium also said that it took a lot of human manipulation and figuring out calculations. These are things that need to be easily to query.
right away, where we put the same inputs out in for a given time frame, the same parameters, we get the same reporting back. We need to be able to look at these things year over year. I'm identifying that as an issue. And you can just go right over that because that goes in the details. Reoccurring frustrations, I know you've already heard them because you've heard from me, I'll talk fast, but it's again, data accuracy. If the data is poor going in, we're going to be making poor decisions. It's just that simple. We need to be verifying, modeling, monitoring, auditing, and having ways to ask, does this make sense? The systems don't communicate and cross-reference. We need this to happen. We need to sort by basins, cumulative annual totals. We need this for water, produced water, emissions separate from trucks and trucks. Next slide. An additional, with the Form 48 produced water credit reporting, I think this specifically needs to be identified as something where there are many stakeholders being able to have conversations about what goes into these reports, having accuracy and transparency. Because my question is, if an operator overstated their recycled water volumes and credit by double, similar to what we had on the dashboard, who, when, and how would anyone know? And I think that's another thing to add to the thing that we need to identify as something that there needs to be these conversations having with this entity and with the other stakeholders. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we must just do more to ensure this accuracy because right now, given where we are today, I am not confident in this at all. And we are definitely in a slippery slope with this credit system and what happens next. And so here we go, the need for data harmonization, usability, and accuracy. I kind of already said this thing, but again, it's really important for us to be able to just query. We don't need to wait weeks for this information, but to have it available, to have it accurate, to have it by basin, to have it year over year. These are like basic things that the industry has when you guys make decisions about what projects you're going to do. And I know because I worked in the industry and I see the level of quality information that you all have. We need the quality of that information out here too. Academia needs it. Community members need it. We all need this to improve together. Yeah, and then I also asked for internal audits to be done, like the reasonable checks. We could also be looking at invoices around trucks. We could be doing things like water contracts and things like that to ensure that this is actually happening in the world, in addition to in-field inspections and air monitoring. Okay, wrapping it up, you can read. But yeah, and then final, I really like Kevin's idea, exploring additional funding ideas. I think that one was creative. And if we did something here inadvertently that's going to create scores of $1 million for the industry, we should be looking to fund the way that we can at least improve our transparency, our audits, and our responsibility to our communities.
So another issue identified, data improvement, data verification, data quality. Has been identified. So
I could give you a hug.
So we're gonna move on to lunch. So after lunch, we're gonna take these issues that have been identified. We're gonna take the ones that are currently in our strategic plan, that are in progress, that staff has identified, that's been identified here, and we're gonna think about what we're gonna work on, when we're gonna work on it, and stuff like that. However, we're gonna have, is lunch here? The lunch is here. I'd love to get us up and moving here a little bit though. We've been sitting a lot during the day, or so far today. There's this cool lab that's back here, and so I want to go check out the lab. I suggest we grab sandwiches and eat for 15 minutes, and then maybe let's stretch our legs and go check out the lab. Is that cool?
Yes.
All right. So grab your sandwiches.
For the people online, when
You guys don't get any
when should they
I'm oil and gas. I'm literally, I'm Pariah.
We'll give you an update in 30 minutes.
We're gonna go ahead and get started, folks that are online. I think they can hear me now. Hope is there folks out there. Okay. So what I want to do now, and Hope and I are gonna kind of tag team this a little bit, but we've written down on the board here all the things that we've talked about today. And so as I look at this, this is about somewhere between 3.5 and 5 years worth of work that we've got on the board here. And so
Or 5 to 10.
But, you know, initially, like, before we go any further, I tried to capture the information that Hope provided as far as things that we had in our existing strategic plans and new things that staff has suggested. And then the consortium member issued identification here and things that they would ask the consortium to consider working on as well. I've shortened some of the titles and the information on some of these, and so I want to make sure that it's captured. But on this piece, I've got the funding conversation that we talked about, and so funding identification, and you know, some of that is going to tie into some other conversations that we'll have around, you know, what we want to accomplish. So, you know, we may identify that we need a study to do this, or we need a consultant to do this. So we have to identify funding, but some concept around funding, basin level considerations and targets. I think, Barbara, that in a very short sentence captures what you were talking about. Disproportionate impacted community prohibition barrier, maximizing the use of UIC for recycling and storage. That was Doug's, as well as capturing, I think, Barbara's conversation about brine mining and just the concept of utilizing Class 2 injection wells for underground natural gas, underground produced water storage, or reuse and recycling. We've got data transparency, verification, and functionality. We've got credit trading system. And then, Mark, this was intended to, well, a number of people brought this up, but it's kind of an overarching, try to capture a bunch of different things. But challenges, impacts, and opportunities around transportation and storage of produced water that would include temporary storage, fit for use, treatment, regulation, and emissions. That's a big topic.
And ownership.
Legal and ownership issues. Yeah, legal and ownership issues. And maybe that needs to be broken out a little bit, so we can talk about that too. And then Michelina, the evaporation pits or evaporative pits.
Can you specify emissions just to be very prescriptive? Are we talking about particular as well as storage? You know, that evolution from storage funds, for example.
Let's talk about that just for a second, because you know, from the ECMC produced water rulemaking, there was the development of 2 working groups. Consortium being a working group where we're going to work on, you know, barriers. The barrier associated with a blanket ban on centralized produced water treatment facilities. It's another working group that's looking at measuring, tracking, and reporting air emissions associated with produced water reuse and recycling to enable enable ECMC to determine whether applications are increasing reuse and recycling without increasing air emissions. That's statutory requirement.
Commissioner Hudson?
Yeah.
As a reminder, Hope Dalton, the camera can't see you, so if you can remember to state your name, and also we have a question on line.
Okay, thanks. And so the emissions piece on this one, so for me, that is like, what treatment level do we need in order to be able to I mean, there's a couple of conversations here, right? So that one group is already working on the tracking, measuring, and reporting. Inevitably, there's emissions that are associated with the storage and transportation of produced water. And so to me, this emissions piece here is I think Barbara had brought up, evaluating the emission standards associated with different types of storage and the treatment standards necessary for different types of storage to minimize or mitigate those emissions. And so to me, that's what that is. Not trying to do the tracking, measuring, or reporting. We don't have air quality expertise in this room, I think, to be able to do that, but we do have water treatment expertise, I think, to be able to determine like what treatment styles would be best to minimize emission.
Then, again, clue all the effort, and just to follow on, maybe we need some air quality expertise to think about where we want to draw that box, how to make sure that we're not creating ozone issues along with storage.
That's correct.
Right.
So I think that I mean, number one, we do have some CDPHE folks on here, but they're also not necessarily air quality experts, right? But there's also going to be some crossover between what that other working group's going to be doing and what we're going to do. And so I envision us getting presentations from that other working group and kind of coordinating and collaborating with them to kind of tackle that emissions piece. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I mean, and maybe that is an item to add, is that coordination with that group.
Sure, I can put it in there.
Tessa Sorensen, CDPHE in this case. I want to mention that ACCD does not have a significant pool of experts in air emissions from produced water.
Yeah, again, challenging topic.
That's a challenging topic to interject about that priority.
But I think, let me ask this question to the produced water experts in the room. I mean, produced water has emissions. But in treating that produced water, whether it's taking the hydrocarbons out, which I imagine would be the number one thing that you would want to take out to minimize emissions, or anything else, I mean, really, we can control emissions with water treatment, right? When we talk about produced water. And so we may not need as much air quality expertise as water quality expertise to figure out like how much, as long as we have someone saying that this is how we're going to measure, track, and report it, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
I harp on this issue just because I keep thinking about storage and moving water and how we're going to stage water before treatment, and that has real implications. We're talking about scaling up for recycling, and we need to make these temporary storage solutions that may or may not be enclosed. But that's probably number one behind like where do we want to put these facilities and who are we going to impact in those communities? And ozone goes far, right? So we might be able to counter this. Just really gotta flag it.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I think that this is a huge topic. You know? James?
Yeah, on that, I just say that some of us are working, towards identifying water that, would meet emission standards if you were to volatilize 100% of it. And that's, at this point, these are the things that I think in the recycle reuse space you're having to think about. And if it is a water quality standard, which is that to get below the emissions for said treated water, again, so basically what I'm trying to summarize here is could be a water quality standard that would then need to be hit to and be able to store it in an open top system or concealed system. And then how are you managing those VOCs? You would need an air permit to then manage that at the treatment system. So I think some of that is being hit on, I think.
For other research end of things. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that there's tons of considerations in here. So this is a big topic. And, if you think that I guess if you think it should be broken into multiple topics, I guess we can do that now, or we can keep it as one big topic, but then when we start engaging on the topic, decide that we need different deliverables associated with this in order to be able to come up with that, like a useful recommendation on that world.
Harmony Cummings, I'll say working in the legislative process through this too, that emissions was the number one concern that came up over and over. And I do think it's an umbrella thing that touches on many of these. And the one that I don't believe that has been mentioned yet, if we are going to look at UIC wells, when those wells have been holding like a million barrels of water, there's probably a 0.05% still hydrocarbons in there. And when we open those back up, that oil is what comes to the top. And so I think there's emissions in that space that we've never considered and talked about before that becomes really important that I just want to name on the record here too as well.
Okay, I'm gonna just put it as a subtopic on there.
Great, love that.
Question mark.
And I would just suggest maybe where you have the third bullet, which is treatment, maybe it's treatments, / water quality for that, whether,
All right, so, and then help me,
Water quality restored.
this is kind of a big topic. So it may have to get broken down a little bit because there's this concept of treatment, water quality for transportation, i.e. that lay flat lines, is that some other thing besides underground pipeline transportation? And so, and then there's treatment for storage from an emission standpoint.
Treatment / quality / thresholds, and the thresholds would be different for different uses or different
storage,
operations. Yeah. I think that captures it.
Oh, jump in here anytime.
She thinks you're doing a great job.
No, I don't. I think that you're piling on the rocks and crushing.
Great job. Folks, speak into the microphone. Tell us what you really think.
Commissioner. Commissioner.
Oh, sorry, Tricia.
I guess just one thing pops to mind for me. In the Uinta Basin, they have a lot of evaporation ponds where that's how they manage produced water. And I'm sure there's a lot of best practices and things that we could learn from the work that they're doing there, because they have huge ozone issues that is wintertime ozone because of the evaporation ponds. So it's something I could ask the air program about.
So we should put emissions here too.
Yeah, emissions it can be, I mean, unless you meet a water quality standard like what James was saying.
But there's a lot of significant, McLean Cullen. I just want to partner on with Tricia, and I was using the Powder River Basin too, some of that research. But again, in this pit working group, there's a significant amount of data specific around that. So, I mean, there's a lot that has already been done.
I mean, keeping in mind that because of our statutory responsive requirement to not increase emissions, I think emissions ties into all of this. But I mean, good points. Okay, and so that's that piece. This is the in progress piece, and just to remind folks, we've got the report that's required as part of our legislative requirements for HB 23-1242. That's supposed to be done by July. We've got some engaging, proactive outreach and development of tools and guidelines for community and education. I had mentioned earlier that kind of ties into this analyze how to identify and measure community impact.
Can I ask a question before you go further?
Yep.
Since we heard from Greg that there's an interest on ECMC's part to reach out to community, can some of this be assumed to be taken care of by ECMC directly?
I think it's possible, but I think we want to have that conversation, do our homework, see what ECMC is doing, see what CDPHE is doing, see what the other entities may be doing, and see whether we need to have an independent effort or not.
Thank you.
Or whether there needs to be, we want to make sure that what we're doing is in coordination with what they're doing, or maybe they're sharing it on our behalf, or I'm not sure. But I think that's the question, because we haven't really dove into that yet. So.
So question before we move forward, so deliverable 9,
Yes.
as far as that's concerned, people have reviewed it, people can continue to review it, how does that process work?
So the way that we've historically done the deliverables is we have one meeting where we provide the approach for that, accomplishing that deliverable. So staff typically provides that approach. After some conversation with consortium members, say, hey, this is the way we're going to approach it. They deliver a draft. If it's a report, they deliver a draft. The consortium has an opportunity to review that draft at a hearing or at a meeting and then provide feedback to it. Staff takes that feedback, incorporates it into another draft if there's time. Sometimes it's a second draft. Sometimes that becomes the final draft. And then again, the consortium gets another opportunity to look at that, review it, provide feedback before this deliverable date. So as we look at this 7/1 deliverable date, like Aaron was saying earlier, we've got a meeting coming up in May.
Well, we have not officially decided to have a meeting in May.
We're gonna have a meeting in May.
We need a meeting May.
We're piling on the rocks.
So
Maybe we should start
We'll
doing
have
ice
a-
month.
We're gonna have a virtual meeting in May, and then an in-person meeting June 6th.
So, like, for example, on this one, in May, we would do
They've
you know,
already
another,
seen the
another
first
draft, or maybe there doesn't need to be another draft. I'm not sure where Aaron is with it. And then June, we finalize it, and then it goes in on July 1. And that happens with a lot of these, although there could be a lot more steps in between, depending on, I mean, certainly a lot more months in between for some of these things, depending on.
Hopefully a lot more months, but at the very end, when we finalize whatever the deliverable is, what we're tasked with in legislation is to capture everyone's voice. And so what we're looking for at that final stage is that your voice has been captured, whether it's a majority vote voice or a single voice.
Or a consensus voice.
Consensus is what we've had for most of our deliverables. We've had to capture different voices in, I think, 2 of our deliverables.
So moving on this one, this is stuff that continues to be in progress. The identify research and data gaps. This would be coming out of the report that Aaron is developing, the literature review that Aaron is doing now. We've done the report that identified regulatory barriers, but we also have a responsibility as part of this deliverable to look at opportunities and recommendations for change to overcome some of these barriers to be able to increase reuse and recycling. That ties directly into some of these conversations over here. Guidelines to identify communities, identify imbalances and opportunities, consider environmental impacts, analyze how to identify and measure those community impacts. All of these things tie into community and this deliverable.
Mike Freeman, I just had one question. I'm not really sure where this fits into the structure here, but there's a lot of discussion of it this morning, which is monitoring the implementation of the new rules, because it kind of underlies a lot of what we're talking about here, but I'm not sure that it's called out anywhere, maybe under annual review, but I'm wondering if somewhere in here, that it seems like that's a foundational piece for a lot of what we're doing. I'm wondering if it makes sense to put it in here somewhere for me.
May I introduce you? Would accountability be too much of a, is that the work we want?
Well, I mean, we don't, ECMC is not accountable to us, right? However, we do have a statutory requirement to review the targets and the recommendations we made to ECMC for targets and dates on an annual basis. So that's a statutory requirement, and I think that there's any updates or recommendations we like to make associated with that, that's a good time for that. I think you're talking about more than that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it could well go under the annual review. I'm just thinking I hate that for that to be a one time a year deal. It seems like it's something that we want to keep doing on a more ongoing basis.
Irene, just piling on to that same idea, then when you see that something isn't being met, doing a root cause analysis to determine what the issues are as to why it's not being met.
So say it one more time, because we get distracted over here.
Piling on to what Mike was saying, when we see that the numbers aren't being met, to do a root cause analysis to determine what is the reason why these numbers can't be met.
Yes, not one.
Yes,
they're not even.
Yeah. So, again, I don't know. I think we need to be careful as a consortium to not be a reactionary consortium and be a forward-thinking consortium, right? We're thinking about like big things, big challenges, big things, big steps forward. We're not an evaluative tool to determine whether ECMC is doing things correctly or not. And so I do think that we have an opportunity for that annual review. And, I think it's appropriate to have ECMC provide us presentations and information as to how it's being rolled out. ECMC may ask us for recommendations on how to improve certain things if they're running into challenges or not. But I don't know. I want to be careful that we're not an oversight committee, right?
Right.
And so, yeah.
No, if I could, Mike Freeman again, I totally agree with that. And we're not, our job is not accountability. But I do think a lot of what we're aiming to do, whether, look at new targets or recommendations for future rules, or just doing the education necessary to do the annual review, is going to require us to look at, how many of, how much recycling is actually being shown in the OGDPs and the annual certifications, how companies are doing it, which ones are doing it, and which ones are buying credit.
And if they're not able to do it, why?
Right, exactly.
Because that's also
important.
I agree.
I think of it more as a data collection exercise, right? Because I think we need to, so much of what is in these new rules is, as Greg said this morning, it hasn't been done before. We're giving it a shot, and it probably is going to have things that we don't expect or may work better or worse. And I think it's going to be really important for our mission to watch what's happening on the ground and figure out, okay, what's going on, what works, what doesn't work, how, what new issues have we not even thought about yet that we can address. And so I'd love to have that be part of kind of an ongoing part of what we're trying to do here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then for that, I just want to, I guess, accountability is not the right word, but to echo what Mike was saying, yes, but do we have the information we need to be able to say, is this doing what we're hoping to do? Is it, are we getting the reports that we need? Are we actually tracking? Are we double counting on DJ? I kind of do.
Well, that's actually really important, because we do need the data that we need in order to be able to make the decisions and recommendations that we need to make. And I guess I put that in data functionality, but if it wants to be a separate thing, it can be a separate thing.
So how do we check that? Like how do we know what we don't know with what's being reported and how?
So for example, Greg Duranlo shared with us that if there are specific things that we feel like we need in order to make decisions and recommendations that need to be included in the form so that they can start collecting that data that aren't already on those forms, then that's something that we need to identify and share with them, and then they can provide us that information as it's getting submitted by operators, right? And so, I think that ends up being a really important job for us to think about, is like, are we missing it? And we don't have to necessarily decide tomorrow.
Right.
Because this first set of forms may roll out without everything that we need, but we might decide 8 months from now, oh, this is something that actually would be really helpful. And so, rolling in from that piece, but, so Carmia's had her hand up for a while, so I'm gonna call on her.
So just thinking about all this, Kermia Woolley, yeah. When folks talk about produced water, I know the first question that usually pops into their mind, if they're industry or even regulator, is what is produced water? And most people would interpret it as a very broad thing. It's whatever is produced from oil and gas production. And then from that point forward, you might have another term for then injecting it. So I can see how things might be double counted, but I think going forward, and I don't know the rules all that well or the forms to really, make an informed discussion right now, but that is really tricky. And I know having asked or required certain data from the industry in the past, it does require, one-on-one conversations with each operator going, okay, where are you getting your data? Who are you going to? And it is like contracted companies, right? Water trucks. It is people who operate water treatment facilities. It's all sorts of people on the ground, and they have to report, and then you have to compile. You have to double check that all those people are reporting accurately. And so you can talk to those people to get a sense of what is really going on, but having very clear definitions and understanding what each thing means, and kind of having a flow chart of what produced water is and then where it can possibly go, I think would be really useful in providing that clarification. And then I've only attended 3 meetings, so I may have missed this, but when I have seen ECMC present their findings, or even the data, it is just simply that we have no idea what their capacity is. I know me, myself, and I, and those who I work with are tapped, and so I really wonder, if they're limited with their staffing. And then also with, how many forms and new forms they have they had time to do that QA/QC? I think Greg was speaking a little bit to that today, but it would be great to just have that conversation with ECMs here. Hey, is this even feasible? And even with industry, is this feasible? Are we, like you guys are saying, are we getting the data that we were hoping for? Because sometimes you ask for it and it's just not realistic. If it's not realistic, let's talk about different terms or ways to get the data.
No, I mean, those are all good points. And I mean, I would hope kind of falls in this title of transparency, verification, functionality, and tracking I just added, because I think that's important as well. And, from a capacity standpoint, we do, as the consortium, have 2 half FTEs in ECMC to help us with data. Am I right there?
2 full.
2 full FTEs. And so, so we are able to get data that way. That was part of the legislation. But many staff are seeing capacity issues. And so I think that's a consideration in this conversation. So I don't want to go too far into the conversation, but I just want to make sure, what folks are interested in is captured here so that we can start to then figure out, are there things that can be grouped together? Are there things that can be eliminated? And then how we're going to prioritize this. So, Nikki.
This is Nikki Wells. This is just a comment saying that early in our findings of data, that data has not been up to date because of lack of or regulation being stick to them to have the data up to date. But I would like for us, because there's data that we looked over and it was outdated and they were supposed to update it and bring it back, and we've never talked about that. But it's just like, it's one thing to collect data, but it's like accurate, updated data. So when we're thinking about data and collecting this data, we don't want to collect data that hasn't been regulated or up to date, because we cannot use that data.
Harmony?
Harmony Cummings, I agree. And I do see that under the data transparency, verification, functionality, and tracking. What I would also think is really important to add to that, because I think it's important to say it, is the interfacing and the cross-referencing between the different databases. And I think we have some ideas.
So, yeah, okay, so I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think we're about to get there. We're gonna try to put things together and make sure that they're all captured. That cross-referencing and interfacing, you know, that was contemplated amongst multiple agencies was really what Hope had started to work on with storyboards. And so.
And I also think it ties into Nikki's point for the accuracy. And I think it's a conversation that I just had earlier with Eric today. He's like, I'm providing all these different data points to these different agencies. And I'm like, yeah, but then no one's cross-referencing those.
Right, and that's what storyboard does, kind of. Story map,
Yes.
it's not storyboard. Storyboards are for movies.
Michaelina Pollock, in my experience with strategic planning and all these fun things, I like to leave it all up there. And when we accomplish tasks, then you can mark 2 or 3 off. So it feels better. So what I'm suggesting, though is
Hope this is going out the door.
I just have a feeling that we're not gonna be able to group them the way we want to as in this capacity. So I think all that's on there, hooray. And then when we accomplish certain things, 2 or 3 can be knocked off. I just
natural grouping is that.
Well, I just think there's I think there's going to be natural grouping, and I feel like this group may not be able to.
We're going to do a little bit. We're going to do a little
Okay.
bit. I mean, I know your flight must be at 2:30.
I did take pictures.
I do want to refine it. I want to refine it a little bit, mostly by. I want to cross off anything that we don't want to deal with anymore.
Well, you should have started with that.
Well,
And I
that's
would have
what
been
we're-
like, now that's what I'm talking
I'm
about.
working on it. I'm trying to get there. I'm getting there. But I hear you. And it's okay because we can also, let's see how far we can get. I think that we can also, and don't kill me, Hope, we can hand this to Hope.
I'm stepping away.
And give her discretion to say, this is how I want to see it grouped. This is something that I don't think is appropriate for us to work from a timing standpoint. Let her start to figure out the dates and the timing that works for her. But I do want to see it. I do want us to be able to give her a sense of like the 5 things that are most important for us to be working on, so that she understands like what she needs to work on first as she starts to work some of that stuff out. Is that okay?
I will agree to this.
Okay.
Okay, I think we'll close it
Is
now.
this just for what time frame?
We're at like
5 to 10 years.
18 months to 2 years.
Okay.
Tessa Sorensen, a governing body member, I feel compelled to remind Director Dalton that she accepted the volunteer.
Wow.
You said yes to the office job.
I think I had talked before.
Yeah.
What's that like?
So we have absolute faith in.
We do. Irene, I think we had talked before about maybe doing subgroups and like you could like break this up into different groups of multitasking, different groups of different parts of it.
Like right now?
Oh,
No.
Oh, no, in
Like
general.
implementing.
Yeah,
I
for
didn't put
implementing.
on the
That's
list.
implementing, yeah.
Yeah. Is to define subgroups and.
You had used a term when we were talking at one point about not necessarily subgroups, but actually utilizing the resources of some of the folks in the room as well.
Yes, using consortium members and their
Even
resources.
Organizational resources to get some things accomplished as well, so. Work groups, resources.
We don't add that to the, that's just how we're gonna get it done. Let's add another.
That's right, it's implementation. That's implementation.
Okay.
So Tessa Sorensen, again, I wanna kind of add context to this nice list we've got on there. Is that how can that list, every item on there be translated into recommendations and those formats? for this consortium, since that everything we do will end up in that kind of space.
Well, not everything. Some of them are
Advisory.
recommendations, some of them are actually action items.
Right, but those action items ultimately lead to an advisory position towards legislature regulating bodies, et cetera. So I'm thinking about with those, that context, I think helps to color kind of what the effort is.
Kind of like, what is the work product?
Right, I mean, we don't make rules, right? We advise the rulemaking bodies, the legislature.
But we do studies and reports and research.
To advise.
Well, to educate.
And educate.
Yeah. Okay. So, is there any, I don't think there's anything else that needs to be added, correct? So.
I don't want to add, I'm just thinking the basin level considerations and targets. Is that where we start grouping things? Do we just like say by basin, we're going to think about everything except for funding, but like DIC prohibition barriers by basin, minimizing use of UIC or maximizing use of by basin. Is that too, am I being too reductive? Or
I mean, it could be, right? I mean, I think this really, I think that the intent of that was to look at reuse and recycling rates and dates and, considerations around whether different levels need to be contemplated for different basins based on produced water availability, infrastructure availability, geologic conditions, a million different things. And we've never had the data to be able to look at it basin by basin, but once we get the data to look at that thing basin by basin, that may change how we look at DIC prohibition, it may change how we're looking at UIC wells, it may change. So, yes, I think.
I just thought, sorry.
Are we going to see anything over chat?
Oh, they're talking about the pictures on the board.
Okay.
So we're sending them the pictures.
Oh, okay.
So we're all good.
Because I'm probably standing in front of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want everyone to just take a minute and look at this and jot down anything that they think could be. We don't feel like we have to know it's not something that, like, we came up with the goal almost 2 years ago. Now we've got 2 years worth of experience, and it's just not something that I think we need to do anymore.
To add to that, actually, this is Hope Dalton. Instead of eliminate, what could we delay until 2027?
Well, the two different things. So we're starting with eliminate, and then we'll go to, we're going to put it in the parking lot, and we're going to think about this 3 years from now. So I want to eliminate first. Carmia?
Personally, I don't see anything that
Don't say that yet.
that we can combine and therefore.
That's the next step. I want to see if there's anything we can eliminate, and you don't have to decide right. I want you to take a second and take a look at it. So, Tricia?
I just wonder, Tricia Piper, EPA, I just wonder if the credit trading system, is that really in our umbrella right now? I mean.
Kevin, you wanna share your thoughts on that and why it should be there?
We recommended that we would take a look into that in the recommendation when we first made it. From that recommendation, it actually became one of the rulemaking points. I think that should have been part of the consortium's kind of input into how that kind of worked and how that could benefit not just the operators, but the community at large, and funding some of this research, because you've seen cuts across the board. They're coming to the state level as well, and I think that we could probably make a little creative use out of it too. More than
I think it's needed. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way, but I just wonder if it's like we have all this stuff to do first, right? I feel like that's in.
So we're at eliminate now, though. You got
Well,
elimination?
I've got a related point, but it's more.
Nothing to eliminate.
Yeah, my only thought on your point, Kevin, is that, the way it's structured now is with the rules, it's not gonna be a revenue generating mechanism for the ECMC or us. But, and frankly, this isn't gonna be really up and running for a couple of years, fully. So maybe something we wanna put in the delay category, because in a couple of years, we'll have a lot more data on what's actually happening. And there may be a place there to revisit how it can be built out, but I'm not sure. I just don't know what we would do with it quite this early.
In those the world eliminate, can we say parking lot?
We're getting to the parking lot. We're not at the parking lot yet. We're trying to eliminate. So does anyone have any ideas on what to eliminate? And it's okay if we don't, I'll move on. But, legally.
Nicolina Pollock, the resident dirtbag. I'll just go first, okay? Or if I could understand better, the guidelines to identify communities. So is that like all communities that are affected by produced water? Like,
So my understanding, and hope you correct me if I'm wrong, is we've set a goal to engage with communities, but how do we identify which communities we're engaging with? Or do we need to? And if we need to, which communities are we engaging with? Are we engaging with disproportionately impacted communities? Are we engaging with rural communities? Are we engaging with front range communities? Is there demographics we want to engage with? Is there specific entities within communities we should be engaging with? Should we be engaging with local government officials? Should we be engaging? That's my understanding of what it was back when we did it a couple of years ago. But if anyone has other thoughts on that, let me know. But that was my understanding.
To your point, this is Hope Dalton. When C4 came about in the strategic plan, we were actually, the idea was the consortium would create guidelines for identifying those communities that are most impacted by the reuse, recycling, and produced water. And those guidelines would be given to state agencies.
So ignore what I said.
So do we have the data on which communities that are in the disproportionate areas that are mostly impacted?
No, so Tessa starts, I think I'll respond to that. It's in the not started category.
Okay.
But
I was trying to eliminate one.
But I will
I
say,
really was.
I don't think that warrants any consideration of elimination. Because it is key to engagement.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the parking lot piece.
Nice job.
So,
Jolie has a question or comment.
It was back on the exchange. I just didn't want it getting removed completely, but we've moved past that point. So I threw that in the chat. But as long as nothing's being deleted, I'm still good.
Not deleting anything.
So in terms of delay, I would put the credit trading system, as Mike had suggested, into the parking lot.
All right, before we go into, so we're going into the parking lot. And so the parking lot is anything that's 3 years out. Is that the right number? Or 2 years out?
July of 2027.
So anything beyond July of 2027, we're gonna put in a parking lot. Is that what you're saying? So 2 years out, okay. So this gives us 18 months to 2 years. And so realize that we should put anything in the parking lot that we're not gonna be able to get to in the next 18 months to 2 years in order to be able to refine the things that we're gonna be working on. And so I understand we're still gonna group things here. And so we're about to get to group.
F-16.
And so this is being proposed to go beyond 2 years. Is anyone?
Red pen.
Yeah, you want better markers?
Yes.
That's all right. So any heartburn argument about putting this out?
Harmony Cummings. I think right now during the creation of these Form 48s, it's really imperative that the stakeholders in this room have some sort of way to have part of those conversations while that creation part is being in lieu. And I think if voices like Kevin's were part of those negotiations, maybe there could have been a different revenue because that was our strongest leverage point, but we've already given away the credit system. So I just wonder before it starts, and we're not like wishing, oh, I wish we would have had this conversation 2 years ago, talking about if there's an opportunity to maybe get a 10% off of what these sell for or something like that, that we're at least having those conversations proactively.
That's just what I'm saying. So Harmony, are you suggesting that the consortium engages a stakeholder in that process?
I would love to see.
Because that sounds like what that would be if we did that.
I would love for ECMC to come and have a conversation or a presentation with us about what they're thinking in the creations of this form. Do we see any issues with this? Is this possible to report on? Do we think the information that we're all needing to see if this is working properly, is this transparent to the public and our communities, is included? And I think that those need to happen maybe not this year, but next year, or as soon as those forms are being created and before they're actually implemented. And we realize we did it one a year and we're like, oh, no one told us we needed that. We could do that now in the design phase. And I think that that's where it's important to have that conversation.
Okay, so that's one opinion. And I'm gonna ask, I guess, thanks. I'm gonna ask another question. So the credit system, as I understand it, and Michael, you can tell me if I'm wrong, is based on produced water reporting, right? And so those are being done on Form 7s, Form 7Ws.
Form 48 is specifically what's tied to the credit system.
I know, just listen.
Yeah.
And so that information is what's informing whether or not an operator has met its produced water recycling rate. And if it's more than that, it's those previous forms that determine any additional reuse and recycling that's been done, right? And if it's been more than, let's say, 4%, then that's what generates credits based on the reporting of produced water. And so my question to you is, what information would it be useful for the consortium to have on a Form 48 that isn't already on a Form 47, 7, or 7W?
I had a really hard time just navigating those forms myself. So I think having a presentation and a conversation with all the different community members who don't get to see that as part of their daily jobs, to see what is missing from their perspectives, I don't have confidence and faith in the straightforward volumes and the data that there is before. I am looking for something that gives me faith that the information that we're collecting can be collected, can be verified somehow, possibly be audited, and I want a space to be able to have those conversations. And I don't think we actually have the information on those.
So this is already happening in this.
But specific.
Can I jump in real quick? I have a question for our legal counsel on this. Because
Hey, Tessa?
Yes, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you.
Because how do we calculate the overages? How do we know what we need to know the actual uses? We need to know the recycling. We need to know those other things. And on these other forms, is that calculation actually happening? Are we comparing those things, or is it just being reported and going into the void?
Okay, thank you.
Mike Freeman, I actually think it's really important that we have a chance to review the forms that come out, and I think that's already captured in what we have up here.
Do you feel like it's captured here is my question? And that says data, transparency, verification, functionality.
Yeah, and I think if we all understand, part of that is, when ECMC rolls out the draft forms, we have a chance to say, hey, here's some suggestions what we think are important. It's kind of what we talked about this morning. But I think the issues that you're raising with the credit trading system can easily be part of that conversation, because it really is about data and what we're collecting and verifying. But I think my understanding of what Kevin was talking about with the separate credit trading system discussion was a little bit of a different issue, right? That we should address the concerns you've got without calling out credit trading system as a separate thing.
Okay.
see what you're saying.
So we got 2, 3. Carmia, you were next. Sorry.
So I just want to have my mind in the right place. Carmia Woolley, ULM. So referring back to ECMC's presentation, so operators may begin creating the recycled produced water credit system at the beginning of 2027. So
Correct.
that is less than 2 years from now. So we're talking beyond 2 years. So I don't think that's realistic to put it in the parking lot.
Right. I mean, that's fair. So, I mean, I think two different things there. One is Kevin, and you, I'm not trying to speak for you, so tell me if I'm speaking incorrectly. There's an opportunity for us to think about, because this consortium never had an opportunity to like think about the credit trading system because we never got there in our conversations in the recommendations for the rulemaking. And so there could be a standalone piece where we talk about, you know, are there things that weren't considered in development of the credit trading system that we would like to make recommendations to ECMC on that may prove what ultimately was promulgated as part of the rulemaking? Or we could wait for it to be implemented, let those kind of hiccups present themselves as it's being implemented, and then, you know, try to help ECMC by working through some of those in the consortium. I don't know which way is the right way. Our recommendations don't have to go to ECMC prior to implementation of the rules. The rules are being implemented without our recommendations. So this would be the consortium having an opportunity to think about a credit trading system because we haven't had an opportunity to do that. And whether that ends up being a bigger priority for us to think about than, you know, transportation and storage or basin level considerations or maximizing use of UIC. So that ultimately is why, what does it go in the parking lot, or does it become what is going to be our priorities over the next 5 years, which is, or not 5 years, next 2 years, to 18 months to 24 months, which folks keep in mind, that's probably 5 things.
Sorry, I'm proposing that maybe we delay it for 12 months or 18 months, so that way ECMC can formulate something. They'll already be collecting data to share with us, right? The system will be in place yet, but there will already be credits accruing at that point. They just can't be traded or transferred.
That's good. Mark, do you have a thought on this?
There's a hand up on the virtual.
Okay, James, Clay, and then Tessa had her hand up, and then Barbara.
And the original question
we are gonna,
was what do we want to incorporate in Form 48? Was that?
No, the original question is whether the credit trading system should go in the parking lot or not.
But then you brought up something like what should be on Form 48 or something along that. I mean,
so there's 2 questions that end up coming out. Whether we want to talk about the credit trading system in the next 2 years, or if it should go in a parking lot to be talked about some point after July 27th, 2026. July
2027.
No, that's what I said.
That's what I said.
And whether the data, whether we wanted to be able to have input on the functionality and verification of the data that was being developed on Form 48s, which are tied in with the credit system. That's my understanding of the topic.
All I was going to say is maybe we do I'm not exactly familiar what's on Form 47. So at some point, maybe for the data transparency, we have somebody throws on the screen what's on 47 and say, well, we need to add.
That's nice. I think it's important. I think there's a gap between these forms, what's being collected, what's possible, and the consortium.
Yeah, my question is whether it's captured here, and so that you're getting what you're asking for, and this may end up being a priority, top 5 priority, rather than having to bring in the credit.
I think it could be a sub-indent of that one up there, but I think that the thing that Kevin brought up is really important is the community has never really had a chance to air their concerns about the credit system, and not just their concerns, but what could be benefits of the system for community. That was not left, we don't know what happened behind those things, but in the rules put forward, we do not see community benefits. And I think there's a room and a space to get creative with the people in this room who care deeply about water and how we can, right now, it has potential to definitely benefit industry by having more permits, more things, a market that's tied to the extra. What could community, how could they also benefit and what do they need?
Recycle. I mean, that's the whole point of it all.
Well,
I understand there's some other nuances, but that's the biggest goal of all of it that we're bringing back to the communities is recycle and trees that fresh water.
There's other community benefits as well that, but we'll put a pin in it. We'll hear from Clay and then Barbara. I've lost whoever. Anyway, Clay, Barbara, Tessa.
Well, this is Clay, Natural Resource Advisors, water expertise seat again. Hey, yeah, we're all struggling here with these priorities. I think it's fair to say that all of these priorities have been identified are critical to our overall objectives and overall accomplishments. But one way of considering what to prioritize, in my mind, comes back to if our primary objective is to help increase the use of produced water and reduce the amount of fresh water used in oil field operations in the short term and have that impact long term, we should be trying to focus on the few things that we think have the most impact in the short term of being able to accomplish that. And I think we've heard from the operators in the room, among others, to say storage is the number one prohibition that keeps them from increasing their utilization of produced water at this moment in time. And so I just beg the question, shouldn't we maybe consider 2 or 3 top items that we could have the greatest amount of impact in the short term around our principal objective and then plan the rest of these objectives and accomplishments, as we move forward.
Thanks, Clay. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna move forward, but I want to make sure that we've heard all the voices. So Barbara.
Just very quickly, I think this question about data transparency combined with the implementation of the rollout from ECMC gives us the opportunity to take a look at the data that's being collected and any recommendations that might fall out of our understanding and analysis. So for me, the credit trading system would not be one of the top 5. And I think perhaps functionally to get through all this, it might be better if we could start, as Clay was suggesting, with the top 5 that we can see most important to achieve our goal of reducing freshwater use.
Yeah.
I hear you, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna because I do want us to go through this active, like eliminate prioritization.
Chloe's got some.
So can't go to you yet, Chloe. Okay, we're gonna go to Tessa. So no.
I had a legal contextual question I might have asked AD Davenport, but I think you actually couched that in terms of it's ECMC's processes, and so what they choose to do with their processes is not contingent upon our input always, although it's definitely an add to their process. Right. I'd like to defer the rest of my comment to Nikki, if she wants to share what you're talking about.
Okay, so we were just talking about, I want to talk, because I'm sitting on the seat for disproportionate communities, right? And I don't want to speak for my community when they don't even know what's going on here. And this is the piece where, look, back in the day when I held space at the Opportunity Center on Dayton, it's like, it's important for us to hold space to have community engagement so that disproportionate communities know what's going on and have an understanding of what we're doing. So when we're making this decision, they understand and they are able to use their voices too. So yes, I'm here to say it's important for you to fight for communities that are highly impacted. One that I stay in are others, but it's not okay to table that and ignore it and put it to the side and act like it's not happening. So,
thanks for that.
I could not have said that.
That's one.
I cannot read the last thing on that list.
What's that?
Above implementation.
This is implementation,
Above
work
that,
groups,
Above
organization.
that line right there, that looks like it says
Contamination.
supervision.
Coordination with air quality.
I was reading soup as well. It's ovulation with soup. I'm like, under, under the challenges, impacts, and opportunities, fit for use, what do you mean for that?
So my understanding, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, is fit for use is the treatment, water quality necessary for different uses depending on what the end use of that water is.
So not recycling, not infield, but other, to me, it's all infield.
Well, almost all of our considerations here are infield. So when I say fit for use is, are you storing it in an open tank?
Thank you.
Are you,
It's not
you
fit
know,
for purpose.
what are you using
Can
it
you do
for?
fit for use infield?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's clarify it.
Thank you.
That takes it
Thank
into
you.
a whole nother realm.
Because without that, it's like, well, you're part of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, okay, never mind. I got nothing for you, Emily.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I think there's enough consternation around the credit trading system, not consternation, that's not the right term. Enough, probably not gonna be in the top 5 for the majority of folks, and so I'm gonna put it over here in the parking lot. That doesn't mean we're not gonna look at it and address it, but it's gonna happen after July of 2027. Okay, so.
I just wanted to be sure, but we are going to participate in the creation of the data.
Yep, I'm staying up
still
here.
there.
I'm
Thank
staying up here. The data piece is still there.
Thank you.
Other things that can go after July of 2000, well, we're gonna group here quick. Because there are things here that can be grouped together into one topic. So. Black. Thanks for the guidance. All right, so let's talk about the data transparency, verification, functionality, and tracking. Does that tie in over here at all with anything else?
D5.
Yes.
D5. So this is part of this.
Okay.
For those in the room, Jennifer is taking really good notes that are clear, and she'll be sharing them.
Anything else that goes together here?
Why don't you use letters?
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
The implementation at the bottom.
Implementation,
Working group on your left.
Here. Okay.
Also create tools and guidelines.
That's part of the same group.
Yeah.
Are people comfortable, and hope especially, this is your story map. Are you comfortable that being part of the data bit, or do you think that that's engagement, or is it a little bit of both?
Let me process all of this, but I think the data would tie into the story map because we're identifying all of the available data from federal and state partners. So yes, it
Okay.
ties into C1.
C1 and D5 together.
D5, C1, implementation and data.
And based on them. Oh, yeah. It's all about data.
But I think everything falls under basin.
Yeah, I think the
like what
basin,
Cruella said.
I'm gonna push to have that as a separate piece because I think there's other considerations around, I mean, we need data to do it. But I think there's other considerations.
Parking lot.
Oh, no.
No, I don't think you're gonna get a parking lot.
It's gonna be the big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But don't, we already have them here this until 2028.
So
Pick something.
are you guys all good with having that as a grouping? Is there anything else that needs to be in that grouping? And you've got the grouping?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got one more.
Yep, go ahead.
The coordination with air quality groups, that's gonna be about data, doesn't it?
That I think is gonna have more to do with this than anything else, and so let's go there. Now we got challenges, impacts, opportunities around transportation, storage of produced water. We've got all these things that are involved with it. I would argue that this and this go together.
And about
Evaporative
ponds.
And evaporation pits.
And does the UIC go in that same kind of larger group?
Yeah.
I think it does, yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, what else we got?
And that would be E1.
E1.
Identify
In progress.
regulatory barriers,
Here.
opportunities.
E1. And then,
And it's already
C6.
green.
And I think C6 would fall under all that.
Yeah.
Consider
Yeah.
environmental impact
Guys agree?
Yes.
Yes.
and emissions.
Okay. Anything else that would go there? Okay. This one,
That's just standalone.
that's standalone, but I just want to acknowledge that it is going to include conversations around transportation, storage, environmental impacts, community. Those are all going to be incorporated into this, and I don't know how to grab it all, but I want to just acknowledge that.
Are those two overarching ideas, like basin level and also the idea, like these things kind of inform all of them?
That could be.
They're like,
Each basin will have all these little.
That could be.
Under it, and we'll have the
yeah.
Each basin.
Okay, so next.
Before you leave
Yes.
that one, I would like to suggest for the DIC prohibitions barrier, that's where we focus our proactive engagement of local governments and meaningful
Hope I can't hear
consult.
you. There's some cross chatter going on. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I should look towards you. So I would like to recommend for the DIC prohibition barrier that we combine it with C2 and C3, and really that proactive engagement of local governments and meaningfully consult with tribal governments. I'd like the focus of that engagement to be the DIC prohibition barrier.
So agreement there. I mean, I think there's also benefit to having that engagement on other pieces when we talk community, but I hear what you're saying on the DIC piece for sure. Harmony?
I just want to add one comment that also there are a significant amount of indigenous people in the state who do not fall under tribal governments. And you hear from one on a regular basis. Can it be tribal governments and other indigenous groups possibly, or not just limited to just tribal governments? I know it's a lot more, but, or just not just only pigeonholing it to that.
So this came from Stacy Campbell, our liaison.
Tribal liaison.
Thank you, tribal liaison. And I think she would be happy to accept that change. I'm getting nods from Aaron, so
Stacy Cole.
thank you. Thank you. Stacy Cole.
Thank you.
Maybe just tribal.
I can't find it. Where is it on there?
C3 over here.
Okay.
What are you doing about meaningful consults with tribal governments?
And community and UIC conversation.
Indigenous, there's lots of people.
I'm the one that lives next to it.
Yeah.
I'm the one that operates there.
But there's lots of people statewide that are indigenous that don't fall under that group.
Totally.
Okay.
But those are the ones that are most impacted.
So now I want to talk about engage community, proactive outreach, guidelines to identify communities, identify imbalances, and analyze how to identify and measure community impact. Can all of those go together?
DIC is, I mean, doesn't that imbalances and opportunities go with that, the red?
It does. I'm trying to limit what goes with this because this is a really separate and finite conversation that incorporates like all of this.
Yeah.
But it's one that really we need to have on its own because we'll have a separate, should we choose to do this, it'll have a separate timeline associated with it. So
In an ECMC directive too, right?
it was asked
Yes.
for us to
Yeah.
work on by ECMC.
But with that in mind, you don't need to group C2 and C3 with that.
Well, I'm gonna just do this. I can't use black. I'm out of colors now. Let me know the blue circle. So you got me?
Yes.
So C3, C2, A5, C4, C5. Bingo. B3, B4. All one.
I got a question.
Sorry.
Okay, so permeability, so the TIC coefficient barrier, I feel like that's informed by that whole group that you just lumped together.
That's correct. As
So-
well as this and this and this. And so, yes, this is a really unique finite thing that we were asked by ECMC to do. So I'm gonna ask, just so you know, that this be one of our highest priorities because of the timeline that's associated with it and an ask from ECMC. And so I'm not acknowledging it, that it ties into a lot of different things, but I want to see if there's other elements that we can group these things together with so that when I think this is going to naturally create 5 things for us. This is kind of my goal here. I think if you see that we've got 4 colors and we've used all the colors, and so now we're on 5, and so we're really going to have probably 6 or 7 things that are going to be priorities here, and then we can work through those and decide which ones need to be worked on first. And so that's why I'm trying to group these things together, just so you know. And so, like, if I did this,
Now I
Oh, yeah, the answers.
And then when it also includes C2 and C3, because we're engaging communities, shouldn't that include local government and tribal governments?
okay. And so that leaves us, one second, Irene. That leaves us funding, basic considerations, DIC. We've got this whole green thing going on. We've got this whole black thing going on. We've got this whole red black thing going on, and I never did blue. And so, so that really identifies our six things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, we got 7 things because we've got the research piece as well. The research ends up being important.
Research gaps.
Yeah, so this
is on there twice.
No, it's new as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's in progress, but it's also
So
new.
there's blue. There's blue, that's the research. As well as A9. So that's 7. That was okay, right? 7 in 2 years? No? Okay.
The basin level considerations for targets not come from the data transparency.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Hurricane, but just wanting to understand differentiating basin level considerations and targets as its own versus tying it to other things like the data transparency, functionality, and tracking. Maybe it's similar to credit tracking in the sense that as we get better data, we'll be informed regarding those things. But I guess I would need help understanding how we would address it on its own, independent of those.
So my understanding of this one, and the reason we haven't addressed it yet is because we didn't have accurate or a level of a quantity of basin-specific data that would enable us to look at basin-specific targets or considerations. And so that data is being developed. I mean, it's coming in as we speak. We're seeing OGDPs being processed. We've got data coming in. You know, there's some consideration whether or not in the next 2 years we'll have enough data to make this determination or not. Some people will argue that we have enough data right now to have a conversation about it. And so I don't know the answer to that. I know that it's high on some people's list, though. And so, but it does tie directly to data.
But everything ties to data.
I like Chloel's idea that she mentioned a while ago about all of this, doing it for each basin and looking where the production specifically is happening. And I think, I mean, if you do that, I think it's going to land it in the DJ Basin, right? I mean, that's where the water issue is. That's where a lot of population is. That's where most of the drilling's happening. I like the base, like break it out into the basins, and you do all of this for the basins, each one of them, because they're all going to be different. Yeah. And that kind of breaks it up into bite-sized pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think that's a little bit of an implementation thing rather than a priority thing, but I don't know as I disagree with you, yeah. I mean,
that is basically what I was going to say. That we should be reporting by basin, you know, and the data and everything else, right, ties to that and will inform what the targets are or everything else. Mm-hmm. It's just a summary by basin.
I think that's true, and I think a lot of our reports have done that to the ability that we had the data available to make those decisions, not decisions, those distinctions, yeah. Irene?
Irene, and just a different solution might be needed per basin. In one basin, we might have not enough infrastructure, and another credit trading is going to be more important. And I think we've talked about this before, that we had to do, so I agree, part of it is data. Yes, in this data, we have to be mentioning basin for everything. But there is a separate thing about basin, which is each basin might need different regulation to make it more efficient in using produced water.
I think that's good. I mean, we're getting into implementation again, right. And so I want us to prioritize now. But go ahead, Eric, and then I know we have another hand up over there. So
Eric England, again, I agree and I understand. As part of the rulemaking, there was an establishment of by 2028. Those, particularly those further out recycled percentages, would need to be addressed, and potentially even on a basin level consideration. So understanding that that is a particular target, and 2028 could be a timeline that is important for us to be informed to make those decisions. So I understand and agree that it's a key topic, and like every other topic, they're all intertwined in some fashion. So,
and on the other end of that spectrum, you've got folks that are really concerned about having DJ basin targets in the Piceance Basin and discouraging, which there are some who have opinions that it may disincentivize that. And so.
So I'll answer. I'm just thinking more about the basin level, considerations. Also for challenges, impacts, opportunities. This is a question for you, James. Like, how different is the water quality? I mean, is it similar enough between the different basins that our emissions considerations, our storage considerations, all of these other, that big green circle? Is there going to be differentiation there just from a technical water quality treatment?
Piceance, DJ are similar enough, but one's more gas, oil. So we naturally have more hydrocarbons in our water in the DJ than in the Piceance. You start to go south to CBM, completely different. High quality water relatively. But Piceance, the DJ, we do have more hydrocarbons, so VOCs are a bigger issue than they, salinity wise, they're pretty similar.
So this is just another plug for thinking about it.
Basin specific.
Yeah, kind of really trickles down to everything.
But James, I'm just gonna chime in. I think it is important to basin specific because this feels like we haven't prioritized it, but it feels very front range, and I gotta, we're gonna prioritize it, so I'm jumping ahead here, but like,
Sorry, we're going there now.
All right, I'll stop.
Yeah. No, keep going. We're going. If you got it figured out.
Let's have it figured out, but the speed, like the way I think we're clustering things and maybe we will prioritize them. Obviously the challenges in the green feels very focused, front range than it is peons. That whole list really shrinks down to a very few things if we're thinking about the west slope. So I think just how we prioritize this is very basic specific.
Sure.
So I fully agree.
Well, yeah, and the prioritization should be both because we think it's important and we acknowledge and understand that staff has a certain capacity to be able to handle it. Because some of these things are going to be a little less burdensome than others, and I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well. So, go ahead.
And for Michael, quick comment, when it comes to the tribal consultation, I'm happy to help Hope or our tribal liaison also communicate with our representatives of the we're gonna move on. So
No, that's good.
That's fantastic, and I'll take you up on that. Anybody else volunteer for any of those circles?
All right, so we've got 7 circles, or seven priorities here. It's obvious which they are, right? Welcome to the way my brain works.
Fair. Sounds like a dangerous place to
I have a book I want you to read.
It's about ADHD. I've already read it. So, let's take just a minute here and just kind of quietly look at this and start to prioritize it in your own brains. And then I want to actually make a separate list. And my list is going to be, red, green, black, because you're Kish and everything else. And let's try to figure out, like, if they're the top 3 things, what are they? And then the things that are beyond the top 3 things, I would like to kick it to Hope and staff for them to prioritize it after that. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I think particularly because we're looking at 18 months to 2 years, those top 3, but we'll say 3 or 4 things. If the 4th thing really becomes important, let's identify those and then prioritize those and take the other 3 or 4 things and let Hope figuring them out within the next 2 years, because we'll be able to get 7 things done in 2 years. I know we can do that. And then we can kind of sort that out. So
Do you want to peel out specifically the things that are required in the statement of basis and purpose?
the only thing that's required is this. There's things that asked us to think about. This one's like,
You thou shalt.
well, I mean, they can't direct us, right? But this is the one that probably had like the most, definitely one of you guys working on this. The other pieces was kind of memorializing things that the consortium was already working on.
So can we have 3 in addition to that, is my question?
Yes, I think yes.
The data, number 1.
Okay, we got a
Proposal.
We got a proposal for data number 1. Anybody else want to argue for something else going number 1?
Well, not for number 1.
What point of order on this? Just a quick question. Are we just identifying the 3 and then we can prioritize those 3?
No. We're saying data is number 1. I just say someone has said that data should be number 1.
Can we know what the 7 are? Can I repeat and you guys can tell me if I'm understanding the 7? Because if I don't understand the 7, then we're gonna go back to that.
I don't want to. I'm running out of. I don't even want to
We could list the 7 ones, not put numbers next to them.
You can erase it. So 1 is the.
Oh, don't put numbers.
I can erase it.
Well, then you guys keep track that I capture all 7. So data is a priority.
Mhm.
DIC, um,
Basin.
you can correct me after I do the sum.
Yay.
We're gonna call it challenges, opportunities, research, proactive outreach and engaging communities. Basin. And funding. But did I get all 7?
Are we including data credit? I mean, are we including credit trading?
I thought that was
Just in the parking lot.
Parking lot, but it's,
only of the 7
okay.
For prioritization. Michael?
I think that sounds right. I just want to make sure I'm understanding each of these correctly. Like when you're talking about data, looking at the way John's proved them, that's data implementation.
It's everything with the black.
Right, including implementation is part of it. Okay. And then with challenges, opportunities, we're talking about storage primarily. Storage,
Transportation,
UIC,
storage,
batteries.
treatment,
Okay.
regulation.
It's the biggest
emissions,
circle.
Argue
neighborhood
that
ownership.
DIC, storage also
But
comes under DIC.
What?
I would argue that storage, Irene Andrews, also comes under DIC.
I think we have that as a separate category.
Yeah, DIC is gonna incorporate all of it.
Yeah.
Does
Okay.
data and research go hand in hand, or is that separate?
So it was the black is what I'm calling data. And what I'm calling research is this blue.
Yeah.
Okay. And can I, is it safe to say the research is more like, this is everything here is focused for in-field research as I was thinking outside the field?
Both, because we've got, a lot of these things are gonna identify research, right? So, Mark brought up, what is the technology that's out there
I think I'll hand it
for
back.
storage? What's the technology that's out there for transportation? What's the treatment technologies that are out there? And how do we determine, what treatment is necessary in order to be able to reduce emissions? All of that may tie into research. I think there's also opportunities for research for constituency identification, whatever the findings end up being from this, whether there's research gaps or other things, then that ends up being a research piece. And that's what, Aaron Sadlako is going to be working on, is identifying what are those topics for research that, have been identified as part of the report developed in A9. Also, as these different things get worked on too, we may identify research topics or pilot projects that may need to be developed and funded to be able to answer some questions that come out of these things. So that's what I see as research. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So Irene Andrews, where is storage then?
Challenges and opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
I think you nailed it, huh?
Nice work.
Okay.
I should have been doing this the whole time. That's right.
So you can just put numbers
All right.
Well, that's right in that order.
Right. No,
So
but I
tell me
mean,
what's number 7?
No. No.
Number 1.
This Mark, the 7s would be the basin. That's all gonna shake out once you get everything else.
No, I disagree.
Research.
Yeah.
Research.
Or 7, like funding might be.
I vote DIC as 1 because we do have a tight timeline on DIC.
What?
That's why I was asking if we got 3 in addition to.
Okay, so there's one.
That
DIC.
is 2.
Data is
Data.
So I'm gonna put research as number 7, and this is why. It's not actually a prioritization. A lot of this research stuff is gonna happen concurrently with these other things, because Aaron Sadlako is gonna be working, independent to some respects to Hope as far as how these deliverables are gonna get accomplished. And so I think that the research piece can work concurrently with some of this other stuff. And so that may be a good place to maybe I'll make it just started, so it's, I don't wanna make it sound like it's bad, it's good, but,
And for like two or three, I just feel like data, challenges, opportunities could be flip-flopped depending on, that's my perspective. Data could be 2, challenges and opportunities 3, and you could argue they could be flipped, but that's my vision of 2, 3.
2 and 2.
Yeah.
can't do that.
2 and 3. right?
Data number 2.
They all are.
Data's number 2?
Yeah.
Everyone,
Yeah.
Because that is gonna tell us what
Challenges and opportunities.
gonna help.
what we
It's
need.
gonna inform.
Yeah.
It's gonna inform research.
And challenges and opportunities 3.
Challenge
No,
opportunities.
They're clustered.
Okay,
Does funding draw on the same resources?
No, that's,
Here's why I can ask.
I mean, funding may tie in with research pretty well, right? I'm looking at some of that, so.
No.
But I mean, it's critical, right? We know that we don't, as currently funded by the state, we don't have enough funding to do some of the extra things that we're talking about.
Oh, Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, everybody, quit putting stars by the stuff I have to do.
What do you want there? Smiley face?
But I also want to let the folks online weigh in. I love the robust discussion that you guys are having here, and I'm just a little worried that us folks online are not voicing their priorities. So I just want to make sure that the online folks are contributing to the conversation.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I have been not paying attention, so I apologize, folks that are online. Thoughts?
Hi, this is Rick McCarty. One of the reasons I'm kind of watching it as fast as I can, but it's really hard for us to see this board online. And they did a good job of taking some better photos of it and sending it out. But in this lightning round where we're going around going black, 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 I'm just kind of going, okay.
So are you following at least where we've landed on the last 7 pieces?
Yeah. I don't have any heartburn with this. I believe I'm keeping track of where we're going with this.
Okay. Other thoughts? Barbara, then Tricia.
If Hope and Aaron agree, I think the idea of putting a circle around research and funding and dealing with it together would make sense. We're talking about similar resources allocated there too. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do Tricia, and then we're gonna do Clay, then we're gonna do Mike.
So with these priorities, are we thinking that we're gonna do it statewide, or are we gonna do it and pick which basin we're gonna start with? And triage, like the basin that, has maybe the most data, the most drilling,
I think it's gonna depend
high
on,
population.
I think it's gonna depend on each topic, right? So,
So we're gonna do each thing across the whole state versus.
no, I think that there are topics that we wanna do basin specific. There may be a topic that we wanna do across the whole state, maybe not. I think it's gonna be topic specific. And maybe we wanna, I think we've heard loud and clear that basin specific is the way to go on most of these things. And so I do imagine when Hope or Aaron or whoever else may be helping with the specific topic, start coming up with an approach for it. They may say our approach is to look at it basin specific. And we may emphasize, this basin or these 3 basins because they're probably most applicable to this particular topic. But I think that comes out of when we start doing the approach. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it.
Okay.
So tell me if you think that's crazy. Clay. Are you there,
Unmute
Clay?
yourself, Clay.
Oh, you gotta unmute yourself.
Sorry, this is Clay. Are we saying that these top 3 priorities, for instance, currently ranked 1, 2, and 3 are going to be worked on simultaneously during the next 18 months?
They'll probably, all of these will probably, where's the camera? All of these will probably be worked on. Some level of simultaneously. I mean, not all at the same time, but as we did, like the last time we did deliverables, we had a couple or three rolling at the same time at different stages. So we may be looking at a final report for one deliverable and an approach for another report at the same meeting. And so I think that tempo may be similar, but may not. We'll have some education pieces. I mean, I think there's the goal here though is to have staff figure out what the timeline of these deliverables are after we develop the priorities and then bring it back to us at the next meeting. Does that make sense?
Sure, I get that, and I support, the idea, even if we don't change the ranking of these first three, I can live with that. I'm just saying that in my brain, the things that are limiting operators from being able to use more produced water immediately are more critical than how we manage data in the moment. Now, that doesn't mean the data management is not important. I'm just saying, if we're going to work them all three at the same time, no sweat. I just think that the practical considerations of the limitations operators have with using more produced water at the moment are more critical than other things if we want to accomplish our objective of increasing produced water usage and minimize dependency on fresh water. That's all.
Sure. No, I hear that. And the reality is anything in the top 3 or 4 is going to be done in the next 18 months, right?
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Thanks.
So, yeah. Mike, I think you were next.
Yeah, I don't know how I fit this into memory, but I want to just put a pitch in for basin specific targets to be in some form or fashion one of our main priorities for the next 18 months, because I think for all the reasons you guys have said, it underlies everything. And I do think we still have more work to do on assessing what the appropriate targets are, particularly the peons, as I've said. So I don't know that we need to change the 1, 2, 3, but I want to make sure that if basin isn't 1, 2, or 3, it's in our top list of top priorities.
How do you feel about that?
That works for me.
And that means that we will accomplish all of these things in the next 2 years. So that's a big deal. But we're going to start with the DIC piece. The next ones start to fall in behind it, and then it just starts that cadence like we had over the last 18 months in the work that we're doing. Anyone have any concerns about this? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric, but not a concern. I think I missed some of the conversation around funding, and so just helping understand, is the funding around the ability of this body to continue meeting? Is it around the funding to help support HOPE and the effort to complete these? Is it the help to do new research and additional projects in the future, or is it all the above? What do we mean when we say funding here?
It's all of the above.
Okay.
And I think it's actually broken down in categories though, because those categories you said are exactly right. I think there's some opportunity for funding to host additional meetings and or educational sessions for consortium members. I think there's funding for accomplishing some of these deliverables that we've just identified here. And then I think that there's some funding contemplated that opportunities that may be available for specific research projects, pilot projects, further studies or analysis.
It just sounded like, is it something where in 24 months the consortium won't exist anymore if we don't get more funding? I don't know.
We just have funding for 4 meetings a year.
Gotcha. It's not like it won't exist or whatever.
It'll exist. We've got meetings for 4. We've got money for 4 virtual meetings a year and staff. And so, as we identify needs for additional meetings or needs for additional consultants or anything like that, then we would have to identify funding sources to deal with that. Yeah. So, all right, do we feel good about this?
I'm good with it. I just, we haven't made a lot of effort towards the community outreach and all that, and to see it number 5 is a little hard to swallow that. I guess it's in the next 2 years. I'm not suggesting we move it, but it does need that doesn't need a lot of extra attention. Maybe there's ways that as individual members.
Thank you. I like that
Yeah.
individual members.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. And I hate to have the numbers on here because really, it's like what we're working on the next 2 years. These are all our priorities. So I don't know if one's there's not one that's more important than another. It's just some, like this one has a data or a timing associated with it from ECMC. This one came in second because some data refinement may be necessary to be able to look at, how we're addressing transportation and storage or outreach to communities. And so I want to make sure that we're not couching it as that's a lesser priority, but rather it's just kind of the way that it works into the scheme of things. So
I would recommend that Hope create another Google form and that consortium members put where they would like to be helpful or, where their expertise lies or just so I do think that, not that I've had much success with the homework groups that I've had in this consortium, not to call anyone out, but
I was in one of the leaders.
I do feel like we as consortium members with all this expertise and all this research, all the things, we should be being helpful, right? We can't just sit here at a meeting a month and accomplish this. So.
Yeah, I think this is we're gonna do this a little different than we did the last 18 months, is I think we need to expect that Hope and her team are gonna be leaning on us. Right. And so leaning on not only us as individuals, but on our organizations where appropriate to really help move some of these things forward. And I think that's a great way also for individual consortium members as appropriate, or the organizations that they represent, really can help with the funding, right? I mean, they're helping with the staff resources to be able to help do some of this stuff. And I think that would be a great, and for each individual, it's going to be different, and that's fine. But I think that that's going to be a part of this whole thing. And so quickly, next steps then. Nice work, everyone. So we're gonna kind of refine this and get it out in the next 2 to 3 weeks. That feel good?
So I think my first priority is to get a May meeting on the calendar.
Yes.
So that'll be the first one. I think the next one is to present a timeline or approach for these priorities that you've identified, which would include a deliverable of some sort so that we can measure and track our progress and success. So I think those are the 2 next steps. I do think our June meeting has an opportunity to revisit this. So it really depends what the agenda is for the May meeting.
Okay.
This
so
might wait
no need to
June.
develop a timeline right now. It's in your hands, and we'll figure it out as necessary. Are you comfortable with this? Hope?
Let me process it. I'm a little tired.
Aaron Sidlako, are you comfortable with this?
I'm good, but I'm optimistic.
Okay. All right. No, we're done now. So. Oh, go ahead, Tessa.
Question for Hope. Do we need to be thinking before May on what we think the practical scope limitations on these need to be?
That's
Because
interesting.
It's difficult for you to work with an open box.
No, I love working with an open box.
Then no worries then.
But I think I might contact you offline and bounce ideas off of you.
I think that would be good for everyone to consider. It is what's good enough and what's nice to have and what's not as necessary to these ideas.
you'll have feedback once I present the approach to you.
Yes, yeah.
Great. So I have one other thing that we need to work on before we go, and I apologize, but it shouldn't take too long. But since we've prioritized this disproportionately impacted community one, I do want to present a possible approach to that today so that we can kind of start the ball rolling on a process for starting to have conversations around that topic. And understanding that we've got a pretty short timeline on that one, I wanted to take the opportunity for 10 minutes, 15 minutes on this topic here really quick. So it was identified in the Energy and Carbon Management Produced Water Rulemaking that there was going to be some challenges with continuing to see the level of reuse and recycling that's currently happening on the western slope without being able to build new centralized produced water treatment facilities. The rules that ECMC promulgated included a blanket prohibition on centralized produced water treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. The significant portion of the western slope is designated as disproportionately impacted community under the current definition, statutory definition of disproportionately impacted community. And so that's where it becomes a challenge on the front or on the western slope. I don't want to debate like the merits of disproportionately impacted community or different elements within the disproportionately impacted community today. I'm just trying to lay the groundwork of why it came to us. And so we were asked to see if there was a conversation that could be had that could look at potential ways to be able to still enable that level of reuse and recycling on the western slope that has historically happened while still ensuring protection of people in disproportionately impacted communities, and if there was potentially a solution out there. So that's what we've been asked to look at. Now, this consortium was asked to work on this, but I think in this topic in particular, we may not be the only ones that need to engage in this conversation. There are other NGOs, individuals, communities, members that are probably necessarily involved in this conversation that we're going to have, so that we make sure that we really are hearing the voices necessary to make a pragmatic recommendation on this one. So my thought is to go slow to go fast on this one. And so I really want to identify like who needs to be at the table, who needs to be involved. And I think there's a couple ways to think about this. One is we have representation for disproportionately impacted communities within the consortium, but they don't necessarily speak for all disproportionately impacted communities. And so, I think understanding, how much input do we want to see go to the members that are representing disproportionately impacted community on the consortium, that then they share and represent as part of their seats versus having groups and individuals that are in disproportionately impacted communities or representing disproportionately impacted communities actively engage in the conversations that we're having around this topic within the consortium. So I think that's a decision point that I think we need to grapple with and come with. So I want you guys to start thinking about that. But I think that's an important piece on how do we make sure that we're capturing the voices and that people who are in this consortium have a great opportunity to engage in their communities and bring in information, but that may not be enough. We may need to go further. And how do we make sure that we're capturing all of that? So big conversation there. Two, how do we make sure that everyone is working with the same set of information as we kind of start on this topic. And so we as consortium members have had the opportunity over the last year and a half to learn a lot about produced water, but many of us are certainly not experts on the topic. We'll have other stakeholders that may be involved in this conversation that may or may not know a lot about produced water or centralized produced water treatment facilities. And so I think that, one of the things that we need to do is really focus on education, and that needs to be kind of a broad-based, and I'm going to lean on a lot of consortium members here to provide presentations for the public, for stakeholders, for the consortium members to talk about what is centralized produced water treatment facilities, what is the footprint of these facilities, where are they located, how do you make a decision of where they're located, what is the purpose of them, what is the benefits of them, what's the potential impacts of, trying to lay that groundwork about what are we looking at here? I mean, are we looking at Suncor, right? Or are we looking at a swimming pool? What actually does it look like on the ground? And, and then on the other end of the spectrum, like, what is a disproportionately impacted community? How are disproportionately impacted communities identified? What are the concerns that disproportionately impacted community members have around development, within disproportionately impacted community? Are there differences between disproportionately impacted communities in different areas of the state? Those are just examples of education that could happen. I think that the members of this consortium could come up with a number of different ideas on what would be beneficial for this group to be able to, that would be useful for them to have conversations about as we lay the groundwork for what ultimately will be a conversation on ways to perhaps have these facilities in areas within the state while still protecting disproportionately impacted communities. I think there's opportunities in June for site visits when we're on the Western Slope for centralized produced water treatment facilities. I think in July, we really start diving into the discussion and the development of a draft recommendation around the topic. And then perhaps in August, we have a final discussion on it, refining of any recommendations, should there be recommendations, and kind of a final approach to that. So that's an initial concept on it, but open to thoughts. Tessa had her hand up first.
I'm volunteering. Hope you could put me on the next available part of the agenda for me to talk about how DI communities are defined by the state. They're defined by my department with the Office of Environmental Justice, which I work right next to in the administration division. So I can cover that.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of different folks that are, and you obviously were top of my list as far as that one. So, Mike.
Just timing question. When is ECMC expecting us to give them a recommendation by?
Right, I should have said that. That's September 1st. September 1st. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was August 1st. Yay.
September.
Another month.
Small gifts.
Is your understanding of the commission's expectation that there would be a blanket solution, or do you think they're looking for a case by case? And for example, the West Slope really communicated this challenge. Do you think it's appropriate that this effort on our behalf is specific to that, or are you looking more for a statewide solution? Anything with the DIC or?
I think that depends on us as the consortium. And so I think that there's an opportunity to look at it statewide. I think there's an opportunity to look at it basin specific. I think it's an opportunity to look at Western Slope, Eastern Slope. I think that depends on kind of the conversations and the information that we have as a consortium as to what's most appropriate. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a little background because I think this is one of those situations where this is created some problems that you didn't think you were going to get. I've toured these facilities, these facilities that they have to reuse the produced water, and it works great. And that's why they do 98% reintroduction here, is because of the facilities that they have. And it has reduced the truck traffic. You can't believe the amount of truck traffic that took away with those facilities that they did. And it just doesn't make sense to me that you would stop them from making more facilities like that. And it's just going to increase the truck traffic and do the opposite of what you want, what you're trying to do. And that's the reason that I testified at that and believe that this DI thing in our county and this on the western slope is going to do more harm than good. This needs to be looked at pretty strong.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks for your perspective. For folks that don't know, Doug is a county commissioner in Rio Blanco County, which is northeast part of the state in the Piceance Basin. So not northeast, northwest part of the state. Yeah, sorry, Doug. Carmia.
So, sorry, you mentioned that in June we could hear from industry. We also hear from individuals and communities.
Yeah, in June, I was just saying we could do a site visit because we were going to be on the western slope. That's where our meeting is in June. And so I'm actually hoping in May to start hearing from community and industry on some of these educational pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And June as well, most likely. So, I mean, my goal would be to have June and May as kind of laying that groundwork and getting that feedback and education pieces in place, and then the discussions to start to happen in July.
Okay, and then, so, I think we already have at least one member on our consortium that could probably, share with us about their facilities rate, if not more.
Oh, a number.
And then,
Yeah.
And then as far as the communities are concerned, how are you going about that, identifying?
So I'm gonna, I put that out there. I don't have a specific approach, and so that's why I'm asking the folks that represent disproportionately impacted communities to share their thoughts. And we don't have to.
The community counts, I know, is one place, or even Garfield County is another.
Yep.
that we could reach out to.
So I'm gonna ask, Hope to do some individual outreach. I'm gonna do some individual outreach and start to try to generate an idea on that as far as developing who best can share perspective on some of these things around disproportionately impacted communities. We've got representatives from disproportionately impacted communities on the consortium. We also have 2 new environmental justice community liaisons as part of ECMC that I think could be useful in identifying, things around disproportionately impacted communities that we need to be thinking about. So I think there's a lot of resources out there that we can lean into, and so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So based on that, it sounds like you guys will probably look to identify folks, or will identify folks, and let us know if you would like additional support.
Actually, I'll just take the additional support, Carmia. Yeah. And I wrote down community counts, but honestly, maybe it's a better conversation with you about that. Also, for the June 6th meeting, if there's I don't even know how to couch it, but a tour of a disproportionately impacted community that could balance the industry tour. I am just thinking of, I can't remember when you said this, but or it might not have even been you, but BLM has one cabin that's 1 million miles away, but it counts as a disproportionately impacted community. Maybe, okay, well, disregard that. that is indicating I'm very tired.
Anyway, there's opportunities in June to do some site visits, and I think if anyone has any ideas or thoughts on identification of ways to make sure those voices are captured, I think certainly open to that. So, Barbara.
Yeah, I have several comments if I might. Barbara Vasquez. First of all, Western Colorado Alliance has a lot of on the ground folks who could help a lot with identifying disproportionately impacted communities and their representatives, so I'm volunteering that help. Secondly, having a RUSA for the West Slope is going to be a big help. Third, the problem arises, as we know, and as I'm sure could be elaborated by CDPHE, the problem arises of rural areas of the state having such large census tracts that huge stretches of land are included in DICs when the population is very concentrated in the small towns.
I'll speak about that when we talk about.
I'm sure you will, but that's where the problem arises. So the question, which kind of comes from Eric's question, is do we want to focus primarily on West Slope or the whole state? We've been advocating forever that we'd like to see common rules across the state, more protective of the Front Range because of the ozone non-attainment area, but we also breathe on the West Slope, so looking for statewide rules. On the other hand, we have this very starkly different problem with the DIC definition. And so I'm volunteering to help if you're going to put together a study group on that. And I said so during my rebuttal when we were doing the.
So I appreciate that. And like Eric said, I don't want to identify right now that we should do it basin specific or statewide, but it may make sense to do that. I don't know.
I don't know either,
So,
but just throwing it out.
Anybody else have any thoughts on this or any concerns with that approach? I don't want to solve the problem today. I just want to make sure that people are comfortable with that approach.
Before I leave, Nikki Wells, I just want to add to your comment and say that I think it should be statewide because a lot of the information that we're going through, there's different rules in different areas, and that's what makes it difficult. If we just have a clear strategic plan across board, then later on when we're doing regulations and we're like advising or whatever we're doing here, not whatever, but as we advise, it should just be straight across instead of over here it should be like this and over here it should be like that. It should just all be statewide, one rule.
Thanks, Nikki. All right. Doesn't sound like anyone has any concerns with that. Thank you again for the work today. We're 5 minutes over, which that's pretty good. So, and we already did our tour. So really, we're 45 minutes ahead, right?
Yeah, we are.
And so thank you again to James and Zahi for allowing us to be able to use the facility. And looking forward to these conversations. This is exciting stuff we're working on.
And thanks to John for this riveting lines.
May not make it as a strategic planning facility.
Oh, you will. For those that are you going to distribute this or should we be taking pictures?
Jennifer, why don't you take